Ladies and gentlemen, it's primetime 99 Alex Stein. Y'all know I'm in bed. What y'all doing? We in the hotel room. I know I could not go live. I meant to go live earlier today, but I didn't have the chance. Oh, I mean, I kind of did, but then I was so busy with all this stuff. So I'm in the hotel room right now. That's right. About to go to bed. We got to go live, though. We don't get to, no days off. No days off. I don't know what channel this is. I'm trying to change it. I don't know why it won't work. But yes, we're on the grind. We had a great night tonight. Pimp on a blimp, dog. Y'all don't know what it's like sometimes. Sometimes I forget what it's like to be the pimp on a blimp. Sometimes I'm like, damn, I forget that I'm the pimp on a blimp. No, because we were at Tucker Carlson's. Oh shoot, did that just mess everything up? I think it did. We were at Tucker Carlson's Christmas party, and it was epic. It was a great night. It was a great night. I was with Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is a great guy. I love Michael Knowles. It's so funny, and really smart guy. Not just saying that, he's a really smart guy. Uh, I hung out with a lot of people: Theo Vaughn, Brendan Schaub, Billy Gibbons, ZZ Top, Tucker, of course, Candace was there, Bryce Mitchell, a lot of people. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. It was a really good time. Really good time. Tucker is, I think, the heir to the Swanson TV dinner. Was I love Swanson. I grew up on TV dinner, so that only makes you like Tucker more if that's like some sort of diss. I love TV dinner, especially Swansons. I like the Swansons. That makes me like Tucker more. But yeah, I get it. Tucker's not broke. I'm sorry, but I know we all are. I know we all are. I'm not saying that like it sucks. I wish we all had more money. People were saying I need to put on more muscle. Oh, that's a freaking tricep zone, dog. You don't want to get hit with that tricep. I know it sucks us being poor. Like I know we're all poor in the chat, including myself, but we can't hate the people that are rich. It sucks. I wish we were rich too, guys. Trust me, I do. I wish you guys were all rich. Just give me $1 million super chats. But we can't hate on the people that are. They were blessed. But money does not solve all of your problems. Especially there's a lot of rich people that have way more problems than us. So it's you got to have some perspective or gratitude for your situation because believe it or not, money does not solve all those all those problems. Thank you, modern men lost again. We love it. Yeah, I mean you gotta have a money mindset, but not too. I mean, you know what it is. I do not have a Feet Finder account. You freak. You freakazoid. I do have a dip in now. Uh, they're handing out Alp. Like we got Alp holsters. There's there's an Alp holster that goes in my on my belt. So yes, we're live right now. People are like, are we live? Yeah, we're live. That's why we're only. That's why there's so few people. I'm not even going to share the link, so this is private. That's why you guys need to be watching my damn channel because this all month we're going to be going live. We're in Tennessee right now, Franklin. Y'all never been to Franklin. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. Y'all are haters. Don't be a hater. What's the chat saying? Let's see if we can put it. It's right here. Oh, shoot, that's not good. That's not good either. All right, we need to. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys. Let's see if we can get. Let's see. Where's my damn phone? Where's my damn phone? What did I do with my damn phone? I can't find it. Can't find it. Ah, all right, here we go. There we go. Now we can find it. Now we can look at the chat. Let's see what the chat's saying. I know you guys are talking shit in the chat. You guys love to talk shit. Actually, I love when you guys talk shit in the chat. I'm not just saying that. I do like it. Don't be too mean, but I like a little action in the chat, as I say. Look at the screenshot. Damn, dog. I forget how handsome I am until I see myself on camera. Thank you, Wise Guy 99. I like that username. This is prime time. Prime time, bedtime. Bedtime, prime time. We do need to do the Tucker and Ben Shapiro meetup. When is that going to happen? I feel like people are going to be mad that people are going to be mad that primetime Alex Stein. Look at this. Look at that legendary group: Michael Knowles, Brendan Shaw, Tucker Carlson, Candace, and Bryce Mitchell. No big booty Latinas needed. Oh, we got a little heart. Thank you, Born to Crip. Thank you. We appreciate you guys sharing that. What a fun night. What a fun night. I don't want it to be over. This year's been crazy. This year's been absolutely insane. Dips for dipshits. I like that. I'll take it. We're definitely dipping. I know we want to call this nicotine pouches, but let's just be real. This is dip. That's what you call in Texas. It's dip, and it's great, and we love it. And so let's not. Somebody said, "Is this the new Mind of Stein show?" Yeah. The Mind of Stein show is just kind of me IRL doing whatever the hell I want. Yeah, that's what the hell the Mind of Stein show is. Thank you guys for being here, though. Make sure to go like the damn post. I do be pouching. Like, I see how many more we can get. Come on. Yeah, we can put in. People are saying, "Where's Darius?" We'll get Darius back on. I don't know if he's doing well, but that's 6. Or that's 8. Let's see, this is 10. I have a cam. Look at that. Look at all that. I'm not gonna hurl, even though I kind of feel like I need to hurl. Oh, my chat rats. Hey, chat rats. So we had a really good meeting with Tucker and the Alp team, so they're gonna help support our next mission. So I got a damn nicotine butt. Oh, $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Let's see if I can go back to that. Hold on. How do I? Damn it. Okay, I think I can go back. Hold on. There we go. There we go. $10 super chat. We love that. Dip is so gross. Spit on your pillow now. Yeah. Ugh. That's not good. They're not supposed to fall out of your mouth, but when you have 20 pouches in, what are you gonna do? Number one nicotine brand in the game. It's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see if I can go down. Okay, chat rats for life. Thank you. Yeah, I'm buzzing. I am buzzing. Another $10 super chat. Damn, let me get to it. Let me get to it. Hold on, hold on. Thank you so much. Drugs are bad. Okay, okay. Well, these aren't drugs. Thank goodness that nicotine is not a drug. Well, I mean, I guess it is kind of, but you know what I mean. It's not a legal drug. So I heard 3 more. All right. All right. Look how much I have in my mouth. I have a whole can in my mouth. I have a whole can in my mouth. I can't even breathe. Mm. But damn, that buzz is good. Damn, that's a good buzz. That's a good nicotine buzz. We all need that. Damn, that's good. Oh, y'all don't get that at your local freaking convenience store. Wow. Ugh. I am spitting on myself. Oh, I can't even breathe right now. I cannot. I can barely breathe. You see my girl Valentina Gomez going viral? It's funny. And Pierce Morgan does not like her very much. What a good video. What a good group of pictures. All right. Wow. Actually, everybody was mad. Alex Jones was supposed to be there tonight. Did not show up. That's not good. It's not good at all. You see Milo going on a Tucker show? Milo and I had some heat, but that is funny. He's always good on shows. And Milo's always funny. Got to give him that. And that's my problem. Sometimes I go on stuff and I should be being funny when I'm like being serious, but Milo's good at always acting like a goofball. Mm. Oh, $5 super chat. Oh my gosh, let me just get that. Hold on. Sorry. Oh my gosh. What is this? Okay, what does this say? Can you bring attention to the fact that Roblox is allowing the kids to play the games that imitate Charlie's murder you play as a kid? Okay, but once again, ridiculous. And I'm not surprised. I mean, listen, with everything's going on with Charlie and Turning Point, I get like we all want more transparency, but regardless of that, like regardless of the truth of it, like the amount of people that are getting clout from celebrating the death, I thought is weird. I think that's weird. But that's a whole kind of like niche thing where you make fun of Charlie's death and people like it. I mean, I don't agree with it, but I guess it's just how the internet works. But yeah, I don't love that. I don't love that. I love Charlie. I love Charlie. Mm, look at that. Look at that. I'm about to puke. Oh my gosh! I almost threw up everywhere. Ugh! I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Tonight was a lot of fun, though. Tonight was a lot of fun. No, I'm just saying that. Let's see what you guys got cooking on damn chat. Sorry, I had a different thing open. What's up, CO's Bree? I guess I say it. Oh, Breezy 999. King Cuts, thank you, James. What's up, guys? Love you guys. Yeah, I know. I'm in bed. It's not. I mean, I guess you guys are. It's a bed stream, but this is After Hours with Alex Stein. This is what the After Hours show is going to be like. It's just going to be me the whole time sleeping. Let's see if we can just. Let's see how long we can keep this party going. Let's see. If we put this right here, technically, the party never has to end. I know this is what you guys would prefer. A sleep stream. You know, we just go to bed. We just all sleep together tonight. Look at this. This is pretty legit though that we can just stream right now. I'm definitely not on drugs. Whoever said that is false. I'm literally tired. I'm sober as I can be. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but the studio should be ready soon. Why are you guys hating on the studio too? I'm busy. I'm in freaking Nashville. No, now I'm not even gonna look at the camera. I'm so mad at the chat. You guys have been exponentially rude. Okay. I'm out here grinding every day for you. Thank you, C Breezy, O Breezy, for showing your mom the vaccine wrap. Thank you. Finally. Not enough of you guys are doing that. I'll tell you that much. Not enough of you guys are doing that. You need to show all of your moms. If you're in the chat, you need to show your mom my videos right now. No, I didn't poop. What? Who said that in the chat? Sicko. You're ridiculous. Why would you be like that? Yeah, hit that like button. You guys are not hitting that like button enough. Oh my God, you guys are so ridiculous sometimes. No, I'm not at a Night's Inn, dude. I'm at a nice ass hotel. Not really. It's not that nice. Yeah, put some ones in the chat if you guys want some more vlogs. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you. Finally, we got some love in the chat. Christ is King. I was born. I was baptized this. I believe in Jesus. I think Jesus was real. I think he's the Son of God. But once again, it's never enough. It's never enough. It's never enough. Look at all the ones. That's what I love. That's what I need. Thank you. Yes, the Latinas. I love them back. I love them back. I love you guys. Thank you guys for all the ones in the chat. Thank you guys. I mean that. Thank you. Okay. Oh, it's such a fun night. I know usually going to these type of parties and stuff, you're kind of like, well, what's it going to be like? This is one was so laid back, so fun. I did feel bad for Tucker though. Tucker literally couldn't move at his own party. I've never seen anything like that. I mean, he was still having fun, but every second, there was a line following Tucker and Candace. If we're gonna be real, everybody wanted a picture of Candace and Tucker. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I have an early flight in the morning. Early flight.
supposedly written in the ancient Grecian Empire, in ancient Greek, and is still today a major book from the ancient world that's been translated and retranslated so many times. When today you can still buy it in a bookstore, you can order it. It's called The Theogony of Hesiod. That's Theogony. And Hesiod is Hesiod. The Theogony of Hesiod. What the word theogony simply means is the is God in Greek. And the Greek language, The represents God. Theogony is the story of. So theogony is the story of God. And it's written by a man called Hesiod, which is strange because Hesiod starts off with saying he was illiterate and couldn't read or write. So Hesiod, we're told, lived about 700 BC. And he was an illiterate herdsman. And in his book, he explains that one night while he was out watching the flock and his herd that he was responsible for, he said three glowing angels, three angels that were glowing, floating up to him. They didn't walk up. They came down and floated across the land until they came up to him. And they said to him that they were called muses, Muses. The three muses. The word muses, which he is called, which I'm saying were angels. But the three muses gives us our word museum and music and amusement. Muses were the three angels that came up to Hesiod while he was watching his flock at night. Basically, a muse is a spirit entity, an angel. It's something of another world. It's not of our world. Muses were something that goes back to, as I said, it gives us our word museum or music or amusement. Muse simply means something that's not of our world, some sort of a creature, and the glowing angel is what the scripture is, what the book said, glowing angels. They said that they were called muses. And when you talk about the, as you were saying about the being primary and first, if I was, say, appointed to work directly for the President of the United States on a private basis, just between him and I, and so we were talking, you and I are talking over dinner one night, so you're telling me what job you have, and you say, well, I'm working for this guy, I'm working for this man who's doing this, and that. And I would say, I'm working for the man. You're working for a man. I'm working for the man, meaning the highest you can get. And the Greek, the word for God is Theo, Theo. A lot of Greek men have the name Theo. Theo is God in Greek. Therefore, if you're going to study about God, you have something called theology. And this theogony of Hesiod is a book about the gods in the heavens. And so to go on, Hesiod lived about 700 BC, we're told. And he was an illiterate herdsman. And he was out one night, as the story goes, watching his flock. And three angels, the three angels came up to him. They floated up. They did spirit creatures. They came and floated up to him. And they told him that telepathically they talked to him. And they told Hesiod that they wanted him to write a book about the gods that ruled over the heavens. And it was a whole story about the pecking order of the gods in heaven. Who's up there and who's doing what, and who's in charge of what, and who's over who, etc., etc. So they wanted Hesiod to write this book about the gods that ruled in the heavens. Well, Hesiod told them, I can't read or write. And they told him that they could not, that it would be okay because they could help guide him by automated writing. All he has to do is put the pen to the paper and they will move his hand and write the whole story for him. So he doesn't have to know how to read or write. Just write down what we tell you to write and we'll make you do it right, and then we'll publish the book. So they began to download the pecking order of the gods over the heavens. And they told him that the particular God over our solar system, the one we live in, a particular section in the Milky Way galaxy. And they told him the God that's over the Earth and over our particular solar system in the Milky Way galaxy is a God named Zeus. Zeus. Zeus was the God over the earth. That's what these three angels told him. And they said that Zeus lived in a floating city in the star constellation of Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, the very famous constellation in the heavens, and the angels told Hesiod that Zeus, the god over the earth, lives in a constellation. He lives in a floating city in the constellation of Cassiopeia. And the muses went on to tell Hesiod that if Zeus were to drop an anvil from his front porch, it would take 9 days and 9 nights and so many hours for it to hit the earth. On a computer, you can calculate how far that would be. And it is a little over 3 million miles from Earth. 3 million miles, God lives. The god Zeus lives from the earth. And so, according to Hesiod and the three muses, Zeus was referred to by the muses as our Father who art in heaven. Hallowed be thy name, the Zeus. That's where it comes from. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, Zeus. And he lived about 3 million miles from the earth in a constellation in our heavens, as I said, called Cassiopeia. Now, back in 1930, there was an American astronomer named Carl Jansky, Jansky. Carl is with a K, Carl Jansky. And Carl Jansky built the first radio telescope ever. And he won a Nobel Prize for being the father of modern radio telescopes. He then, Carl Jansky, also built later a radio transmitter so he could beam signals to the heavens that he could observe through his radio telescope. And so he would build a radio transmitter and to beam signals to the heavens. And that was in 1930s. Also in the 1930s, just to see what might happen, Carl Jansky, did transmit a signal to Cassiopeia. We're told it was at 14.3 megacycles to Cassiopeia. And if you can believe it, he got back an intelligence signal that was amplified. And he did not know what it meant or who sent it, but it was an amplified message, meaning the message he got back from Cassiopeia, aiming at that particular star system, was a very overwhelmingly obvious intelligence signal. What he could not read because he didn't know the language, but it was a signal that was coming in crystal clear. And so when Carl Jansky died, he made notes of all of this, and all of his notes were immediately taken from his office by, quote, men wearing black suits. That should tell you something. The book talked about how when he passed away, men in black suits came in and raided his home, his office, and took all of his notes. Well, that doesn't sound strange to me because the world is run by men in black. Now, in the mid-1940s, 10 years later, a Scottish astronomer named Duncan Lunan, Lunan, was working with Carl Jansky's radio transmitter. And this is a Scottish astronomer. And he too sent out a signal aimed at Cassiopeia. And he too got back a signal about 20 seconds later, both intelligent and amplified. And he didn't know what to make of it either. He didn't know what was being said. He couldn't read it, but he knew it was intelligently sent and very amplified. So somebody was definitely answering on that radio telescope. But Duncan Lunan narrowed the signal down to a star or a particular light in Cassiopeia, which today we call the Lunan object. Look it up in an encyclopedia. Lunan, Lunan object. It will tell you a particular star or light in Cassiopeia constellation is where there's a powerful signal coming. When you send out a signal out to Cassiopeia, one comes back, and it's coming back from a place called the Lunan object. Now, the word of God in Greek, as I've told you before, is theos, Theos. Theos is God. And the chief theos, or God, was called on our earth, the chief God over our earth was, the word is generally God is theos, but the chief God over the earth is called Zeus, the God the Father. Of all other gods, he's supposedly the ultimate God over the earth and our particular area of the Milky Way galaxy. So to the ancient Greeks in prayer, it would be, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, Zeus. Now look at the word our Father, Father. In the ancient Sanskrit, which is the ancient Hindu Sanskrit, Father is Pita, P-I-T-A-R, Pita. And in the old Persian, the word for father is P-I-T-A. So Sanskrit is P-I-T-A-R, but Old Persian is P-I-T-A. While in Greek and Latin, father is pater, P-A-T-E-R, pater. This is where we get the term pitter-patter. Pitter-patter is the name for God in Sanskrit, Old Persian, Greek, and Latin, pitter and patter. So the ancient words for God was pitter-patter. Again, in ancient Greek, the Father God was Zeus, spelled Z-E-U-S. And since he was a Father God, he was our Father, the Holy Father in heaven, that would be spelled Z-E-U-S hyphen P-A-T-E-R, Zeus Pater, or God the Father. So in Latin, the word God is not Zeus, Z-E-U-S, but in Latin is D-E-U-S. God in the ancient world was Z-E-U-S, but in Latin it's D-E-U-S. You interchange the Z with a D. So in ancient Rome, God or Zeus was called, in the ancient Roman Empire, go back and read it, you'll see that Zeus was called in Rome I-U, capital I-U hyphen P-E-T-E-R, I-U Peter. I's are, of course, interchangeable with J's, so that Zeus or I-U Peter becomes J-U Peter or Jupiter. Jupiter was the king of the gods in Rome, which is Jupiter, for God the Father, Zeus. So today, I've been there to the Vatican, and in the Vatican today, there is a statue of the Apostle Peter. The encyclopedias the world over will tell you that the Apostle Peter statue in the Vatican is not Peter, but Zeus, Pater. The Roman Zeus was called J-U Peter or Jupiter. So today, Catholics and Christians around the world that go to the Vatican are still on their knees praying to, and in the Vatican in particular, actually kissing the feet of the Apostle Peter, which is actually Jew Peter, Zeus, the governmental system on the earth, does not want you to know what they know. They're in a superior position to know everything, and you are in the inferior position. And basically, as George Carlin said, it's a big club, and you ain't in it. So they're not about to tell you what they know. They already know things about the world we live in, and the heavens, and the gods, and the spirits. The governmental systems in this world are well aware of this kind of knowledge, but they're not telling you why, because they are no possible way they are equal to the powers in the heavens over the gods. And so they don't want you to know. They want you to think that they are the most powerful force in all the universe. The governmental structures in America, they believe themselves to be almighty gods. And they don't want you to know that they know that there are extraterrestrial life forms out there that are far more powerful and frightening, and they will not be able to deal with them. And they know that. They will not be able to deal with the powers of the gods, the spirit creatures, these extraterrestrials. And they don't want you to know that they're scared to death of these things. That's why they quietly are researching UFOs and aliens and all kinds of other world stuff that's going on, because the government knows they're out there for sure, and that they cannot do anything about it, because whatever's out there is far, far more superior to anything the earth has. And so they don't want you knowing that, because then you will not turn your attention to the government. You will turn your attention to the God. If we were to contact the actual spiritual powers that are in fact over this earth and are watching us, and they won't interfere with us until we ask for help. I mean, we do the same thing. We could see a child trying to put a toy together, and he's busily trying to figure out how to put this toy together, and the father's sitting there watching him. And until the child finally decided he's just not going to be able to do it, he turns to his father and said, "Would you put this together for me?" Then the father can say, "Okay, now that you asked me, yes, I will do it. I could have done it for you to start with, but I didn't want to interfere in your life. You wanted to play with it, try and fix it. Let's see if you can do it. If you can't, then ask me, and I will intervene in your behalf, and I will fix it for you." So that's what we're waiting on. That's what the gods are waiting on, for us to contact the actual and fact spiritual powers over this earth and ask them to help us get out of this mess. And that's the only way the human family is going to survive, is if we have intervention from out there. Something is going to have to happen on this earth to bring spiritual power back into this world, to do something about the incredible corruption that mankind has given birth to in every facet of our institutions, from military, industrial, to educational, to medical, to law. Every single facet of our life is dominated by corruption and evil people. And we're not going to be able to do anything about it, because we're just human. And these people have been ruling us, and with all of their magical spells and all of their tyranny, and we can't do anything about it. So I believe nothing is going to happen to help the human family if we don't have spiritual intervention. I'm talking about calling upon God to help us. And this is what Christianity is supposedly doing, calling upon God to protect us and to guide us, etc. But the more Christianity prays and Judaism prays and Islam praises, the more we have the three great religions praying to God for help. All three are different. So you're talking about praying to pagan idolatry. You're not talking to the Almighty God. You're not talking to the original the original powers over the earth. We're talking about a man-made religion called Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And so you're talking to man-made institutions which have nothing to do with the actual God force in the universe. And this is why Jesus said to the people of his day, You have formed for yourselves teachers, and therefore the blind leading the blind shall both fall into the pit. So that's what our problem is today. We have all of our preachers and holy men, and we got them by the dozens on Sunday morning on television. All the preachers, but those preachers are preaching to us because they went to a university, a college, to learn how to tell us about all this silly nonsense. They go to college and the university and get a degree so that they can become a Christian minister and make millions of dollars flying around their jets. And so the bottom line is that we humans have formed for ourselves our teachers. They have to go to our universities, and they have to get their brownie points from the powers that be. And so it's a really interesting story about how we've been totally deflected from what we should be doing, and it is contacting the great spirit of our world, the gods who have created us, and do something about the situation that we humans are in. But we'll never do that because we're locked into our own religions that we, as Jesus said, you have formed for yourselves teachers. God has not brought you teachers. You form for yourselves teachers. You send your kids to the university to get a degree, and that's this way that they are accredited because they have Caesar's imprimatur on them. Caesar says it's okay that they can be a minister. Now they can be appointed as a minister. Why? Because they have read your books that you wrote and have adopted all of your silly understanding of theology, and now they can be a minister. You have formed for yourselves teachers. Well, the spirit is no one's listening to. And so we get back to Zeus, the mother of part of God and the Hebrew religion, the Jewish religion, the mother part of God, because God said, the Bible says in Genesis that God made us in his image and likeness. And then it goes on to say, in the male and female, he made us in his image, implying that God is both male and female. He made us in his image and likeness. And then it goes on to say that he made us man and woman, male and female, in his image. So there is a female part to this concept of God. And in the Christian tradition, it's Mary, the mother of God. Mary, the mother. She is the mother. And Mary is based on, of course, the constellation of Mary is Mary is based on an ancient concept of the mother goddess, and it goes back to the constellation of Virgo. And so the entire world of theology and religion in the Western world, the way we understand God and spiritual subjects is all based on what happens in the northern hemisphere with the sun and the stars and the planets and the constellations of the zodiac. It's all astrological. And people are now trying to people have been trying for thousands of years to make the astrological symbolism into actual history. And no history is in the Bible. It's not historical. It's not a historical story. It has nothing to do with history. It is an encoded, symbolic, encoded story. And if you don't understand the Bible as a symbol and an encoded story, we do have a lot of books today being written about Bible codes. Well, that's what it is. The Bible is a code, but it's a big code. The whole thing is a biblical code. And the code is the heavens, the life of the heavens, the sun with the stars, and the moon, and the constellations of the zodiac, and all the stars. This is what the Bible is talking to us about, the life we live in this universe, the life we live in this solar system. But going back to Zeus, Zeus was very well known and respected as the Almighty God in the ancient Greek world. really truly believed that he was the Almighty God. That was not just a little silly religion. No, the people of the ancient world really believed that the Almighty God's name was Zeus. And so we even have a canal in the Middle East called Suez Canal, which is Zeus spelled backwards, S-U-E-Z instead of Z-E-U-S. Suez Canal is Zeus spelled backwards. So Zeus is the Almighty God over the earth, according to the theogony of Hesiod, according to the ancient, all the ancient religions. And so while we're on the subject of Greek, Zeus becomes the Roman Jupiter. The name for Jupiter was Jove, Jove, and the name for the planet Jupiter, for the god Jupiter. His name was Jove, a term that was given to him. So now when you hear someone say that God is love, we've heard that for so many years, God is love. That makes no intellectual sense at all. What are you talking about? God is love. That makes no sense at all. No, why? Because it is actually, God is Jove, Jove, not Love. God is Jove or Jupiter, and or Zeus ultimately. And so in the ancient world, it was believed that the god Zeus protected royalty. This is one of the things that is in all the reference books about the ancient gods, is that Zeus appointed himself. He appointed whoever he wished to be royalty. And so it was said he appointed royalty and he protected them. This is why we can say today that Zeus, our God, chooses the royalty, or they have a divine right of kings. They have a divine right because Zeus appointed them and protects them. And so one last thing, God in Latin is D-E-U-S, Deus. Deus is God. Deus in Old Persian is D-A-I-V-A. That's the way it is spelled in Old Persian. Deus in Latin or Spanish is D-E-U-S. But in Old Persian, D-E-U-S is spelled D-A-I-V-A. Diva. Different races of people in the world. Mount Fuji in Japan, the mountain of the gods, or Mount Ararat in the Armenian world, or Mount Athos, Athos in Greek. We have the gods who lived in Mount Everest in the Himalayan, or Mount Shasta in California. And as you may have already figured out, Mount Olympus becomes for the mountain, ancient Middle Eastern Arabian moon cult. And the ancient Middle Eastern moon cult, the god of that cult lived in this mountain called Sin, A-I. And the god of the moon was called Sin, S-I-N. Look it up in the dictionary. And the mountain was Ai. So you put the god of the mountain, Sin with Ai, it becomes Mount Sinai. And of course today, the Hebrews have not only Mount Sinai, but they got Mount Zion. And so Mount Sinai is actually the mountain of the moon god. The moon god's name was Sin. And Ai was a mountain. The mountain of Sin, Sin Ai is Mount Sinai. You know, he's up there in the heavens. And so to get closer to him, you go up in the mountain. Well, you're that much closer. In actual reality, you're not even anywhere near close to God, because to be close to God is a spiritual thing. Climbing up into a mountain, you think you're going up higher to contact God. That was the idea behind all the temples built on mountains. God was up on the mountain, Mount Sinai, Mount Fuji, Mount top this mountain. It's always high up as where God lived. And like Martin Luther King said, I've been to the mountaintop. I've been to the mountaintop, meaning symbolically, I've been spiritually. I've gone up to the mountaintop and talked with the guys who run the planet, the cabal, the Rockefeller, the Rothschild, the international criminal elite. I've been to the mountaintop and talked with them, and then he went on to say, like everybody else, I would like to live, but with me it doesn't matter anymore because I've been to the mountaintop. In other words, he talked to the most powerful people on the planet. We have formed, we humans, the scripture said, you have formed for yourselves teachers. So we're not looking to someone who is an actual spiritual man who's studied it and has devoted his life to researching and finding where the spirit comes from, where the God force comes from, what it's all really about, where religion has come from, the etymology of the words and the terms, and has devoted his life to understanding the spiritual things of this world. We're not looking to that person. We don't need that kind of a person. Because why? Because we've got our own teachers. We've set up our colleges and universities, and we send our children to school so they can get a degree, and therefore they can come out and be a minister and a minister of the gospel. Why? Because they got a degree from Caesar. Tiberius Caesar, who sees himself as a god, he decides who will preach about God and who won't, what they will say, what they won't say. And so, therefore, if you get a degree to talk about God, there's certain things you cannot talk about in public. There's certain things you cannot say because Caesar will not allow it. He's the one that gave you permission to be a minister. He put his imprimatur of his government on you. And so, therefore, you have a degree, which means you teach what Caesar tells you to teach. You go to the university and you learn what to talk about. You learn what to tell the people. And it's all been worked out a long time ago by the elites who run our world behind the scenes. They will tell you what they want you to tell the people. And if you tell them correctly, the way that you're supposed to tell them, then you will be promoted in the church. And you find out what the word church means. You should be ashamed of yourself to even go to a church when you find out what that means. So that's why in the Bible and the book of Revelation, I think it is, where the Bible says, get out of her, my people, if you don't want to suffer with her plagues and what's going to happen to her. And the Bible has Jesus saying, the people of this world are ignorant. My people are dying from a lack of knowledge. The scripture says that in the Old Testament too. My people are dying from a lack of knowledge. It is exactly the case today. Where there is no vision, the people are dying. There's a scripture in the Bible that says that where there is no vision, my people are perishing. It's true, because where there is no vision, meaning the people don't see. The scripture says, Jesus said, you have eyes, but you do not see. You have ears, but you don't hear. And with your heart, you don't get the sense of it, implying that you, the world of mankind, has eyes, but they don't see anything. They're ignorant, ill-informed, unread, and unstudied. They don't know what the words mean. They have no background and understanding where government comes from, who prints your money, how the banks operate, who comes up with the law. We're supposedly under the law, but nobody knows where that law comes from or who wrote that law. We just have to abide by it. And so we finally figure out, this late time in human history, we're now beginning to realize that the human race has been treated like a bunch of dogs. We're all animals. We're not called masculine or feminine. We're called male and female, according to the Encyclopedia Reference Works. A male and a female, according to the way it's written, a male and females are animals. They are like a dog. That's why dogs are a male or a female. That's why on your driver's license and on your identification, it will tell us male or female. It doesn't say masculine or feminine. Because masculine and feminine is a term used to describe a man or a woman. if you're an animal, they describe you as male and female. That's in the law. You go in the law library and read about the term male and female means you're an animal. And if you're an animal, who cares what you believe? We just tell you anything because the powers that be know better. They're not about to tell you what's really going on and who's really running this world. And I know that this government, the United States government, without a doubt, and probably Russia and all the other governments, especially the Germans, have been dabbling with extraterrestrial life forms. We call them EBs, EBES, extraterrestrial biological entities. We call them aliens, but they are here. There's no doubt that there's a higher intelligence from out there who have come here or who have been here all along, and we're the new people on the block. We humans are the new ones on the block, and the extraterrestrials that we talk about are actually the creatures that have been here from day one. For millions of years, they've been here. We just arrived, and so we don't see them and we don't understand them. So we said they're aliens from out there. Maybe they're not from out there. Maybe they're from here. Maybe this is where they were originally formed, was here. So I'm just saying that there's a whole lot about theology and God that you just don't know anything about. And you better wake up and get out of her, my people, like the scripture said. If you're going to churches, you better go back and do some homework, and you're going to find out when you leave this world, if you go before a God and have to, if you have to, what you were and what you did when you were alive. If you have to go before some kind of a judgment, if you do, you're going to be in big trouble when you find out that what you thought was true was not true. You have been listening to people who went to your schools and went to your colleges and were reading your books that you humans made together. You humans made these books and put these colleges together, and all of these goofballs and reverends and holy ones all went to the university, got their college degree, and they got accredited by Caesar, and now they're telling you what they are told to tell you. I was giving lectures in England. I traveled around England giving lectures a few years back, and I got an invitation to speak in a city called York, England. And there, I knew about York, England, but there I was able to actually see it. I was there where when Caesar and the Roman Empire invaded Britannia, when the Romans went across the water into the islands of Britannia, England and Ireland and Scotland. When Caesar went in, he set up his government to rule over Britannia in a city called York, England. And so today we have New England, and we have Caesar's government called the United Nations is in the city of New York. The UN is nothing more than the old Roman Empire now coming into a whole new episode for world domination. It's called the United Nations, which are all humans on the earth are supposed to crawl on their knees and beat themselves in sackcloth and ashes and submit and pray to the gods for the holiness of the United Nations, which is nothing more than a mafiosi gangster Roman Empire. This is why the Pope is the Pontifex Maximus. He is referred to as the Holy Father. Why? Because he talks to God. He is the God Father. Get it? So as an old man, I've been looking back on life. I was looking at all this stuff back in 1960, 59 and 67, 59 years ago. Next year, I will have been doing my work for 60 years. And I've been looking at the continual betrayal of the human family, and especially the betrayal of the American people. We've been lied to, deceived, set up, and made to look like fools. And all we do is go around and fight wars. It's an incredible story about the criminals who are running the human race today. And they're doing it because of what Albert Einstein said. He said the world is very dangerous today, not because bad people do bad things, but because good people do nothing. That's why we have the world we have today, because good people don't even care. As long as their bellies are full, they got their beer and their stomachs are got plenty of food, and they got entertainment and television and their ball games and their play games and their computer games. They don't care about what's happening with the rest of the world. As long as we're happy, everything's fine. And our masters who own us keep us entertained by giving us television shows and sitcoms and ball games and all kinds of incredible stuff to keep us busy. While, like George Carlin said, it's a big club and you ain't in it. You have to go back into religion and go back and see it's all based on the 12 signs of the zodiac. And in all the religions of the world, God has always had a female counterpart. In Judaism, the female counterpart of God is called the Shekinah. Shekinah is the female principle of God, the female part of God. And so the Shekinah is what Moses goes up into the mountain to see God and to get the new 10 Commandments. And it says he goes up and he confronts God in what is called the burning bush. And the burning bush, if you go on the web and look at the images and the pictures of the burning bush, many of them show what Shekinah really means. The Shekinah is the feminine principle of God. Yes. What we call Samaria, there was actually a proto-Samaria. There were people long before Samaria existed. There were people in that area of the world that collected themselves together and already had their own understandings of theology, religion, gods, etc. And with the first major culture that finally developed in the Middle East, we call Sumerians, they were made up of many different kinds of people with many different belief systems. And out of Samaria, there came to be a whole story about God and how we were created. And that's all in the book of Genesis. First couple of chapters in Genesis, it just telling you a story that comes directly out of the ancient Sumerian text. And it's extraordinarily interesting when you see what is actually being said in the book of Genesis that people have never been told before. That's why I believe that there is some valuable material and valuable information in the Bible, but it's encoded. It's a symbolic encoded message. Right. And you have to know where these encoded stories have come from and trace it back into history. I was in business. Financially, I was in business with Zachariah Sitchin. I gave him a large sum of money to sign a contract with me to be my partner in a business. And I had a lot of time traveling with him and talking with him in private because I was a business partner with him. And talking with Zachariah Sitchin about his books and about the story of the Sumerian. And I found out that there was a lot of things about religion I didn't know. And Zachariah Sitchin was fascinating to listen to as he would explain what the words actually meant in the original languages. And then so I came away understanding that there's a whole story that's never been told to the human family. Right. And he was just one person. He was just one of my teachers. Yes, there is a pattern here. And you begin to recognize that there's nothing new under the sun. Harry Truman said when he was asked, well, what's new? They asked him, what's President Truman, the 33rd president of the U.S., they said, President Truman, what's going on? What's new with you? And he said, the only thing new is the history you've never been told. That's the only thing that's really new. You're going to find out how much you don't know one day, and that's going to be new to you. Yeah, well, and the Godfather 3, the third Godfather in the series, at the end of the movie, or toward the very end of the movie, Michael Corleone, the old Godfather, he was a young boy, but he's now the old Godfather, Michael Corleone. He's sitting out on the porch with his sister, and there's a scene toward the end of the movie, Godfather 3, where he is talking with his sister and reminiscing over his life. And he said, you know, sister, when I was a young kid, I used to think that the higher up you go in government, the more legitimately correct everything has to be. It has to be very lawful. Anything going up in government has to be very legitimate and lawful. Now that I am as have reached where my life where I am, I now know that it's just the opposite. The higher up you go in government, the more corrupt you are. You're not going to get to the top unless you're the most corrupt of all. So that's even in the Godfather movie, Godfather 3. Toward the end of the movie, Michael is telling his sister, I thought, when you go into government, you have to be very correct and very lawful. But now I find out, no, the mob runs the whole damn show, period. It's all corrupt, period. Bottom line, it's all, spell A-L-L, all corrupt. And you have no idea in the world what they're doing. And you're never going to be told because it's a big club and you ain't in it. The entire superstructure of Western civilization is based on all of the darkness of the occult world. Demonism, devil worship, symbols, Satan worship, all kinds of rituals, secret societies, occult orders. And believe me, you don't want to mess with that arrangement. It's going to take somebody from the outside. It's going to take some kind of an extraterrestrial presence on the earth to deal with that because we humans are not designed to confront the demonic world. The demons and the devils which are loose in the world today, spirits, dark spirits, are very powerful and very evil, and we humans are just not up to dealing with them. We don't even know they exist. We're just watching television, never realizing that the world is being run from the spirit world. That's why the Knights Templars had that term, as above, so below. So whatever's happening below, no matter how bad it is, you better look over your head into the spirit world. That's where the real evil is coming from. That's why mankind cannot do anything about the situation he's in because you can't do anything without knowledge. Knowledge is power. So unless you have the power to understand what's going on and how it works and who's running the show and how the show is put together, you can't do anything about the world you live in. You must submit yourself to the powers that be, because they'll be the ones who own you, and they will own your children, and they will control the government. They'll control the world. Ultimately, the whole entire world is being controlled by the United Nations, which is nothing more than an ancient Roman Empire reestablishing itself now on the earth to control the whole damn world. And there's nothing we can do about it because our leaders are the ones who are behind it, the finance and put it together. That's what our wars and our educational system is leading us into. They're guiding our destiny. And one day, America is going to awaken to the fact that we've been had. And it's going to be a terrible day when we find out what we have really become and what we, the American people, have allowed to happen in our name. There were wars all over the world. And people just do not understand how government works, how the banks work, why they work the way they do. And that's a whole story we could get into one day, how our world really actually works. All the governments on the earth are corporations, period. And corporations, we understand and know, cannot make laws. Corporations cannot make laws. There is no such a thing as a corporate law. It's only a law within the corporation. Therefore, corporations cannot make laws. If you work for General Electric or General Motors or Ford Motor Company cannot make a law for the country. They're just a company. They can't make a law. It's just a corporation. So if they want to enforce a law, what do we call it? We call it a policy. So the corporations can have their own policy, which is like a law within the government. Within the company, they have their own laws and regulations. They're called policies. They're not laws. God didn't give up to them, give ourselves laws. They're just a policy. That's why today America is a corporation. And we have policy makers. We're told that we have policy makers. Well, when they make a policy, Americans are people who were born and raised with freedom. Suppose American people don't like your policy of this corporation called United States. And so there's a policy. Well, they have to back up the policy with armaments. So they call it police. So the policy makers make policy for the police to back it up with armaments. So that's why we have police backing up the policy of the plebeians. It's a whole world of words and terms in relation to government and business and policies and corporations. And that's why you are a corporate. I've said this to you before. You yourself and your wife and children are a corporation according to the law. All humans are a corporation. That's why if I see you coming out of a restaurant at 2 in the morning with some woman, the next day I see you and I tell you, you know that woman you were out with last night, I saw you. She's very bad company. You better watch out for her. She's bad company. And you say, mind your own business. We're getting married. She's going to be my partner. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, business, company, partner, that sounds like commerce. It's a business. That's why if it's a business, you got to get a license. Because it's a business, you need a business license. So if you're going to get married, you're talking about doing business. Thank God it's none of my business. Religion is really quite a bag. And that's why there are a lot of people who question their religion. A lot of people are questioning everything now. But they should question their religious beliefs because that's where it's really obvious that you don't have the truth. You may think you have the truth. You may be happy where you are in your religion, but you have no idea the world, what's actually going on and what you're actually involved in until you do some study. And so that's what I've been doing. That's what I want to do is I want to help people to understand what their belief systems are and where they come from, because it's sure today, like the scripture said, to know the truth and it will set you free. I know what that feels like because I was born into a religion and I was always frightened to death about dying and going to hell and all these other things that we're told until I grew up and started going to school and reading and questioning and going to the reference books and going to libraries and reading about the history of the human family and where we've been and where we are now and where do things come from. And then it all began to make sense. And finally, one day, the term is, it dawned on me where all of this has come from. And then, about 18 and 19 years old, I then realized that there's a world of knowledge that we have never been told. Only a handful of people on the earth are blessed to be able to take that time and read and study where things come from, and we just listen to them. But in point of fact, anyone can do it. All you have to do is just want to know. I wanted to know, so I took the time to study and read and find out where religions come from. It's very, very interesting, the history of the human family and where we've come from and how we got here and where we're going. And that's one of the things I've been wanting to do with my life, because there were when I was a kid and growing up and wanting to know these things, there were people who were giving lectures the best they could with what they knew and showing where things have come from. And I followed everybody. I wanted to hear everyone. I wanted to hear all the teachers and all the philosophers and etc. because I wanted to know. And I really appreciated it. There were certain ones that I found that were absolutely, startlingly brilliant people talking about the ancient world, and I was fascinated with that. And so they were explaining where things have come from and why we believe certain things. And so that's where I learned from. And so today I want to do the same thing. I want to give back to the world what the world happened to give me, and that was wisdom and knowledge. I wanted to know, and I studied, I listened to all the teachers, and now I know where it all came from. Now I want to turn around and do that same thing for the people today to help them, because I know what it was like when I wanted to know. I would go and sit and talk with them wherever they were. I'd go there, fly there, and sit and talk with them, and they would introduce me to new ideas and concepts I've never heard of before. And then they would introduce me to their friends that they've learned from, and then I would go and meet them. And then the more I began to meet people, and they introduced me to new people, I began to see that there's a world of knowledge that has been hidden from the human family, because most people are too busy to go visiting all around the world. People, all their teachers, but I wanted to do that. I wanted to talk directly to the people that knew. I wanted the information and I wanted the knowledge, because knowledge is power. And to know the truth will set you free. And boy, I can testify to that, because I was so concerned about my life. I was worried sick about everything. And then the more I learned, the more I began to see there's nothing to be sick about. It's all very simple. If you just go back and look at the mysteries of the world and where they came from and the religions, it all begins to make sense. And now it doesn't bother me to know the truth, because the truth will set you free. And that's what I want to do for everyone else. That's basically what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help people to wake up and realize that there's a world out there of knowledge that you've not been privileged to know about. And the reason why is because the people who are the heads of our institutions, our educational and religious institutions, governmental systems, don't want you to know. They always want to have it over you. They want to have something on you that you don't know, and they use that against you because you're ignorant and ill-informed and don't know. And that's the way they want to keep you ignorant and ill-informed, so you don't know. And now I see, well, watch politics today. Now I see what's going on. I know who the players are. I know what the terms and the catchphrases and the symbols and the hand signs. I know what it all means. And now it makes a lot of sense to me what's going on politically in the world, because I understand. And I think that most of the priests are on the bottom. There's the bishops over them, and then over them are archbishops, and over the archbishops are cardinals, and over the cardinals are the financial power, the international bankers, and then over them is the Pope, and over the Pope is the Jesuits, and over the Jesuits are the secret societies of the Roman Empire that still exist today. And so, yeah, there's a pyramid. It's always a pyramid scheme. There's powerful people as you go up. And therefore, everybody that you see who are very powerful people, they have bosses also. And they listen to their bosses. And so everybody is a boss over everybody beneath them. But I think that pretty much today, priests around the world, especially Catholic priests, know that they are what they're doing. They know that there is not true, the thing that they're teaching to people, because I have talked with rabbis who tell me, and I've confronted them in private conversations, and that's the way you find out what people really know, when you talk to them personally by themselves, when they're not in front of other fellow clergymen. When they're by themselves, they will say, yeah, I know what you're saying is true, but I can't say that out there. Why? Because, well, I'm a priest. I can't say that because everybody will think I'm a fool. I already know what you're saying is true. And I've talked to rabbis who have basically said the same thing to me. Sure, I know what you're saying. And it's true that Jewish religion has picked up all these ancient pagan religions and interwoven it into our religion. Yeah, I know that. We know that. But what am I going to do? How am I going to tell the world that? I said, you don't have to. I'll do it. I'm doing it. Right. And so to answer your question, I think pretty much all adults in and ministries of whatever they are, all adults pretty well know that what they're teaching is not true. It's just the teachings of men. Like the Bible has Jesus saying in one of the scriptures in the New Testament, it has Jesus saying to the people of his day, you have formed for yourselves teachers. And this is why you are so screwed up in your mind, because you have formed for yourselves teachers. Meaning, that's what we do. We form associations, and they are clubs, and those clubs become sects. And then from the different political and religious sects, they become churches and fraternal orders and Masonic orders. And before you know it, they become full-fledged churches. And now that they're churches, you have to decide what the people who are going to join your church will understand and what they will believe. So you have to form a seminary for people to go to study. Well, so if you go to a seminary and you study hard and you answer the questions correctly, then you get the imprimatur of Caesar on you. The government gives you an accreditation, and now you can become a priest, and now you can become a minister. Why? Because the religion you belong to is under the government, and the government gives you permission to be a minister. And therefore, all of this is man-made stuff. It's all produced by man, interpreted by man, financed and organized and directed by man and his government. And so the bottom line is everything it is you think you understand and believe is all a man-made institution. And that's exactly what the scripture said. You have formed for yourselves teachers. In other words, God has not sent you anyone. God has not, the divine presence in the universe that you call God has not appointed the people that you hold so dearly because they're the clergy in your church. No, you're the one put them there. God didn't put them there. They're blind, just like you are. The blind leading the blind, and you're blind and you're following them, and they don't know any more about it than you do. And so the blind leading the blind have both fallen to the pit. And so that's where we are today. People are falling prey to all kinds of nonsensical silliness, ignorance. Why? Because the people in power are teaching them, and they don't know any more about it than you do. Mm-hmm. That is just mankind's spirit wanting to help other people in need. It doesn't have anything with your particular religion or your God. It just has to do with a fraternal feeling among people. Your church is filled with people who appreciate when other people are in trouble to go out and help them. Right. We don't want to see children starving. We don't want to see people hurting and not do something to help them. So it really doesn't have much to do with your religion. It has to do with we the people. And people want to help each other. And so, again, we have formed for ourselves associations to help other people. So I understand the situation. It's really very interesting when you find out where the religious teachings that you believe, where the philosophies that you're following in your church, where they came from, where they first started, and go back and see where it began. You think you may have the truth, you don't. You think you have, but your teachings and your belief systems are based on what other men have come up with in the past, in the ancient history. There were people asking the same questions thousands of years ago that we're still answering and we're still asking today. Where did we humans come from? Where do we go when we leave here? When you die, where are you going? Well, you don't even know where you came from. And we can tell by the way you're living, you don't even know what you're doing now. So how in the world would you even want to think about where you're going to go when you leave here? Just be happy you're going. The fun is in the trip. So don't worry about where you're going. Just learn and understand what you're doing here and where you come from, and then you can pretty well figure out where we're headed as people on the earth. And let me give you a couple of examples of what I'm talking about how we accept things today and we think we understand where they come from and have no idea in the world. Christians talk about being baptized. And when you're baptized, we say when you come out of the water, you're born again. And they become a born again Christian because they were baptized. Why do you have to be baptized? Well, that comes from the idea that it's a very old and a well-established understanding of the human family that when your mother gave birth to you, her water broke. You came out of water. Her water broke. And you came out and you were born into this world. And so if you're going to be born again, you have to go back into your mother's water and try it again. Come out this time out of your mother's water and live a different life. And so therefore you're going to be fresh and clean. You washed away your old life. You come out of your mother's water. Mother Nature, Mother Earth. The earth is your mother. And so you go back into her water, into a stream or a river or something, and you douse yourself in Mother Earth's water, and you come out of your mother's water, and now you're born again. That's where it comes from. You're just cleaning up your life by going back into your mother's water and coming out to be born again. Very simple. Example is when you're collecting money in the church, you're tithing, and some people are giving 10% of what they earn, some are 20%, some are 2%. People give money to their religious organizations. We call it tithing. Well, we have to do that. You know, like George Carlin said, God is omnipotent, he's omnipresent, he's almighty, he's the almighty God, but he can't handle money. He always needs a few more dollars. God doesn't need any of your money. Why do we have a tithing? It's because the ancient world, going back to Europe, realized that when you collect your food at the harvest season, you leave about 10% of the seeds in the food in a storage bin. Why? So that next year you can now have something to plant again. If you eat everything that you have planted last year, then you got nothing to plant next year. So now what you're going to do next year, you're going to starve next year. And so what you do is take 10% of whatever it is you were able to get and you know, and get, and what's the word I'm looking for? Harvest. Take 10% of your harvest and put it into a storage house. And now next year you will have seeds to plant for more food to come. And so what you're doing is you're giving back 10% of what God has given you to eat, giving it back to God by putting it in the earth, and hopefully it will draw interest and you will have food to eat next year. So that's where the idea of giving 10% back to God. It's not to give money. No, the money is going to the people, to the corporations, to the church, which is a business. No, the reason why you give money is because you're giving 10% of the food and the seeds back into God. You're putting it back into the earth, and God makes it grow. And so God will give you something to eat next year. You know, because I told you that story about when I was a child in Catholic school, and there was a confirmation service for the children, and we were told that tomorrow night, the nuns told us tomorrow evening, and when you're in church for the confirmation service, all children have to be there, and it's going to be a confirmation service where the bishop is going to be here, and he's going to officiate over the ceremony. And after the ceremony is over, you children will be confirmed Catholics. And so maybe not necessarily, but maybe the bishop might ask you, now that you are confirmed Catholic, you may have some questions about your faith that the bishop might answer for you. And so she says, so when the bishop asks if you have any questions, just remember you keep your mouth shut. You don't have any questions. And so that didn't set well with me, because even as a child, I got questions. And so that night, that next night after the service was over, the bishop did ask, if you children have any questions, I'll try and answer them. So I stood up and raised my hand, and I said, yes, Bishop, I have a question. I said, my father works with torches like a welder. And I said, he lets me hold and play with the torches on occasions. And so I know what a torch can do. I know how important it is and how dangerous it is. And I said, and suppose I had a torch and I was working with a torch and an angel appeared to me. I mean, I read about in the Bible where angels appeared to people. They look like humans. And I said, suppose an angel appeared to me and I'm holding a torch. If I hit the angel with a torch, aim the torch at him, would it burn him? Would it harm him? He said, no. And I said, why not? He said, well, you can't burn an angel. And I said, why can't you burn an angel? He said, because they're spirits. You can't see a spirit, but let's burn one. And to burn something, you need something physical, like paper or wood or plastic or something that will burn. But you can't burn an angel. And I said, why can't I burn the angel? And he said, because angels are spirits and you cannot burn a spirit. And I said, then why am I worried about going to hell if my spirit will burn if you can't burn a spirit? And nobody ever thought to ask that simple question. You can't burn a spirit because burning implies fire, and fire is only used in relation to something physical. You can't burn the air. There's nothing there to burn. And so I learned, and then, like I have other times when I was a child, how much adults don't know. Adults, I would ask people, I would go to different churches as a kid. I would go with my friends at school. Everybody had a different church they were going to, and they all believed that they were right. And now the fact of the matter is, none of them were right. That's why none of them agreed with each other, because none of them knew what they were doing. Right? So I would go to different churches. But the reason I went to the different churches, I really sincerely wanted an education in theology. I wanted to know. I don't want to guess or have faith. I want to know, where did these ideas come from? What is God? Where does God actually, where is God? Who am I? Where did I come from? I wanted to find someone who knew what was going on and could teach me and tell me about life. And so I finally figured out in my childhood, going to all the different churches with my friends, that no church ever deals with these kind of questions. Nobody.
So we have 5 more classes in a semester, and the 4 last classes are the most important. So what I will do this class is set up the background context for the last 4 classes. So what I'll do first is review what we've learned so far. Okay, so we discussed the Roman Republic, and it was essentially an oligarchy, okay? So oligarchy just means rule by the few. So it's very much like Sparta. It is a war society. And at this point in history, the fact that the Roman Republic was an oligarchy, basically you have 100 families that commanded it, okay? And these were called the patricians. It was actually to the advantage of Rome, because at this time, Rome was small. It was poor. It was not more. Okay? So in other words, even though there was nobility, they were not that much better off than other people. And everyone knew each other. So they were very open, energetic, cohesive society. And so over time, they became the most dominant society in the Mediterranean. They defeated Carthage, they defeated the Greeks. But now they're an empire. The fact that Rome is an oligarchy is a huge problem because now they are corrupt, unequal, and stagnant. And one way that we know is Roman women just started to refuse to have children. Okay, so they were dying as a society. And at this point in history, what should happen is that they should build an imperial bureaucracy, a centralized, standardized system in order to better manage the empire. But they couldn't really do that because the oligarchy, the families, which now are about 50, okay, they refused to give up power. So rather than a centralized bureaucracy, the Roman Empire was in many ways a system in which different families have different territories. And what this led to was constant civil war. Okay? Civil war. And remember, it started with Sulla, and then they went on to Julius Caesar. And after Julius Caesar, became the first of all people. But he still failed to set the bureaucracy. Okay? And so it kept on leading to war. Eventually, what happened was that Constantine decided this system doesn't work. So what I need to do is I need to reinvent the Roman people. And you do that by moving the capital from Rome to a new place he calls Constantinople, okay, which now becomes the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire now it's a new culture. It can now become a bureaucracy. In fact, their official language is Greek. It's a Greek bureaucracy. Okay, and this is what we're calling the Second Rome. At the same time, while this is happening, you have a massive migration of the steppes people. Okay, they're coming into Europe from many different locations. Why is this happening? Because in China, the Han Dynasty is waging a war against the steppe nomadic people. Okay, people call it Shondu. So they're forced westwards, which forces the other steppe people to migrate into Europe and into Central Asia. Okay? So these people are called the Gauls. And this was a huge problem for Rome because their people are not having children, they had all these mass migration coming in from the steppes. And so what the Romans decided to do is divide and rule. And so what this means is that a lot of them are absorbed into the army as mercenaries and as soldiers in order to defend the border, in order to fight these civil wars. Now, remember last class we talked about the rise of the Catholic Church, okay? And we discussed how the Catholic Church was in many ways being supported by these noble families. Not all of them support the Catholic Church, but some of them did. And those that did had a huge advantage because now what they can do is absorb these new migrants into the society where they're the top and the migrants are at the bottom, okay? Then the question is, why would the migrants agree to this? The reason why is, in a society, it is very egalitarian. And for war purposes, they would elect a war leader, okay? But with this system, the Catholic Church system, this war leader can now become a nobility, okay? They can now join the 50 families to form a new nobility. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? All right. So at this point in history, when Constantine sets up the Byzantine Empire, now the Roman Empire is divided into two: a western part and an eastern part. And these two parts are going to have very different things. The eastern part is still part of the Middle East, okay? The Levant, Anatolia, Egypt, and so it is the wealthiest part of the empire. And since it engages in wars with the Persian Empire, okay? And this will define most of its history. Its capital, Constantinople, was designed to be invincible. You cannot besiege it, you cannot conquer it. That's the Byzantine Empire was stable. In fact, it lasted for about 1,000 years, which is very, very impressive. Okay, and as I said, it's very wealthy, and so therefore it's really able to dominate the world through mainly trade and diplomacy. Okay. So it became an imperial bureaucracy. They fought wars, but usually used a lot of mercenaries because they had a lot of wealth. Right? So that's the Eastern Empire. And guess what, guys? This is very similar to China, okay? So think about China when you think about the Byzantine Empire. They're not the same, but they're very similar in how they organize society. The Western Empire is very different. This is the poorest part of Europe. The other thing about this region is that there are lots of natural barriers. And so you have these competing societies emerging. Okay? Different cultures, different societies, and they're protected by mountains, by forests, by rivers. So there's a lot of diversity. There's a lot of diversity within the Western Empire. And so the power that emerges is actually the Catholic Church. And as Western Europe increases in power and Eastern Europe decreases in power, the Catholic Church will increase in power as well. Okay? How the Catholic Church come to dominate Western Europe? Because the Catholic Church believes it is out of history. Okay? So you kings, you compete for who rules the earth. But we, the Catholic Church, we decide who goes to heaven. Okay? So the Catholic Church becomes power in Western Europe. In fact, you can say that they are the empire now, but they are a spiritual empire, a divine empire that is out of history and which speaks for God. And as such, they become a very powerful empire as well. Okay, and this leads to tremendous conflicts throughout Western Europe. Okay, there's a problem with the Catholic Church, and we discussed this last class. The Catholic Church, it's trying to control the divine spark. Now, Jesus came to tell us that there's a divine spark in us. And as long as we try to glow this divine spark, we can be with God. And the Catholic Church says, no, no, no. This divine spark is that of the devil. And we must imprison it. Okay? And this works most of the time, but now and then you have religious leaders who arise and say, no, no, no. The divine spark is within us. And so this leads to a lot of conflict. And ultimately, the solution the Catholic Church proposes is the idea of crusades, where warriors go and kill those who believe in the divine spark. And then they set up a secret police called the Inquisition in order to search for those who oppose the Catholic Church. Okay? The Inquisition, the major idea is, if you believe in the divine spark, you're not an evil person, you're a stupid person. Because you don't know better. So the idea of the Inquisition is to educate you in the truth, which is the divine spark is that of Satan, the devil. And therefore, you must obey the Catholic Church. But if you insist on defying the Catholic Church, then you are a heretic. And therefore, you must burn at the stake before you can pollute other people. Okay? Now, eventually what will happen is that as the conflict in Western Europe gets worse and worse, certain states will break away from the control of the Catholic Church. They will embrace a new religion called Protestantism, okay? And this is something we'll discuss next class. Okay, so that's the history of Western Europe. Okay, so now I want to talk about Constantine and the rise of the Byzantine Empire. So Constantine is, what he does, that's very important, is that he makes Christianity the official religion of Rome. So before Constantine, you had Christian emperors, but they did not make Christianity the official religion. But he made Christianity the official religion. The problem, though, we discussed this last class, is that Christianity is a franchise model. So different churches teach different things. And so Constantine was like, no, we can't have this debate. If we'll make this an official religion, what we need to do is have one orthodoxy, unified ideology, okay? Right. So at this time in history, there are two major debates, or two major sources of confusion. The first is what we call Christology. What this is a question of like, what's the nature of Jesus? The story is that Jesus is in heaven, then he comes to earth, Mary gives birth to Jesus, and Jesus preaches his message, the gospel, then he is killed and he is resurrected. And then he returns to heaven, okay? That's the official story of Christianity. But there are lots of problems with the story, as you can imagine. If Jesus is divine, how did Mary give birth to Jesus? Right? If you're a human woman, you give birth to a God, that means that you're God yourself, okay? Right? So, who is Mary? And what is her power? Second question then is Jesus divine or is he human? Okay? If he's human and he dies, that's a sacrifice, right? But you're divine, you can't die. So his death and his resurrection doesn't make any sense. Okay? So this is a problem of Christology. Is Jesus human or is he divine? And there are different interpretations, okay? The first interpretation is Jesus is divine in heaven, but he's human in the world. Okay, does that make sense? So, yes, Mary gave birth to Jesus, but she gave birth to the human Jesus and not the divine Jesus. Because you cannot give birth to the divine God, okay? And that's why his death makes sense, because the Jesus who died was the human Jesus, but once he died, he was resurrected, and he went to heaven, okay? That's one explanation, that Jesus is really human. One explanation is, Jesus is divine. So Mary, the death doesn't really matter, okay? He's just divine. Okay? So both are possibilities. What the church says officially is Jesus is human and divine at the same time. Okay? This is the official ideology of the church. This makes no sense, guys. Okay? But that's what you're taught. And so there are a lot of, course, people who are like, this is a stupid idea. Okay? And these people are called the Nestorians. They were persecuted by the Catholic Church, and so they went to Persia. Okay? They went to the Middle East, they went to Persia, they went to Arabia, where they spread the message of Jesus. They taught Jesus as a human as opposed to a God. They taught that Jesus was a messenger, okay? Which is what I taught you, right? That he's really a messenger of the monad. Okay? So, does it make sense? Now, the second debate is actually going to be more confusing than the first debate, okay? And it has to do with the nature of the three powerful forces, right? Three gods. You have God, the ultimate God, and you have Jesus, and you have the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is God expressed in the world. Okay, so when someone speaks to you, you think it's God. It's actually not God, it's the Holy Spirit. So another question is, what's the relationship between these three? God, Jesus, and Holy Spirit. And again, there are different explanations. And it kind of makes sense, okay? So the first is the idea of modalism. Modalism is the idea that Jesus and God and Holy Spirit are just different modes of the same thing. They just change. So when Jesus is in heaven, he's God. When Jesus comes to earth as human, he's just Jesus. And then when Jesus wants to communicate with us, he's the Holy Spirit, okay? So remember, Paul talked to Jesus. But Paul didn't really talk to Jesus. Paul talked to the Holy Spirit. So it's the same force, but expressed differently. Okay? That makes sense, right? Second is the idea of partialism. Partialism is just the idea that God, Jesus, Holy Spirit, all part of the same divine force. Okay? So you know an ocean, right? The Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean is huge, but there are different parts to it. Right? So it's the idea of partial. That makes sense too, right? Okay. The third idea is the idea of Arianism. Arianism. And Arianism is just the idea that God came first, and then afterwards he created Jesus. So, in other words, Jesus is God, but he's second to the real God. Okay? That makes sense as well, right? Now, there are problems with all three. Okay? The first problem, modalism, is if you read the Bible, Jesus talks to God, Jesus talks to the Holy Spirit. That's kind of confusing because why would Jesus talk to himself? Okay, so there's a lot of inconsistencies in the Bible. Okay, so this doesn't really work. Partialism doesn't work either because if you think about it, if God, Jesus, Holy Spirit are part of a divine aspect, then that divine aspect should be God. Okay, that needs to be. This doesn't really make sense. And Arianism doesn't really make sense because the entire point of Christianity is to say that Jesus is God, right? We worship Jesus as God. So if you say like God's superior, why should we worship God instead of Jesus? Okay? So this is problematic as well. So what Constantine did was he organized all the bishops of the different churches of the world to Nicaea, Nicaea, in order to come up with a solution to this problem. And this solution is actually even more problematic than these three. Okay? It's called the Holy Trinity. So let's go over the Holy Trinity. What the Holy Trinity says is this: God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit separate, okay? But they are equal. They're separate, but they're part of the same thing. Okay? They're both separate and they are equal to each other. Okay? Now, if you think about it, it makes actually no sense whatsoever. The only solution to this problem is that this Holy Trinity is both nothing and everything at the same time. It becomes reality on to itself. Okay? And the only way to understand this is to accept this as a reality. Right? So I know it's confusing, but think of the idea of money, right? Okay. So the idea of money is both nothing and everything. Okay. Money is nothing, but it can be everything at the same time as well. It symbolizes wealth. Okay. Does that make sense? So none of this actually makes any sense. And the only way that it makes sense is if you force it to make sense. If you just memorize it. So think of math facts, okay? I'm not sure if you appreciate this, but the entire point of math facts is to make you stupid. Okay? Why? Because it is impossible for you to reason using mathematics. Because mathematics doesn't really apply to the world. The only thing that you can do is memorize the formula and apply the formula to each other. Okay? And that just requires massive memorization and regurgitation. That's why, if you think about it, the best mathematicians are always in their 20s or 30s. Because your brain has to be like really energetic in order to process this information. But the older you get, the less capable you are about mathematics. Okay? Does that make sense? It's really important, guys. The more math you learn, the stupider you become. Okay? But this goes against, say, philosophy or teaching, right? The older you get, the worse you become. Why? Because the information that you're learning can apply to reality and then figure out what information makes sense. Actually test this information against reality, okay? Right? Okay. So then the question then is, why would they do this? And the answer is very simple: to make you stupid. Okay? So let's just use an analogy. Let's do a fire experiment. The sky's blue, right? So we know the sky's blue, and now we're like, okay, why is the sky blue? And is it always blue? And why should it be blue? Okay? From this very simple, the sky is blue, you can now start to ask more questions. You can, based on this idea, start to reason out more things, okay? Does that make sense? But just say, I change it, I say, the sky is red. You're like, no, the sky is blue. I'm saying, no, the sky is red. You do not say the sky is red, you are a heretic. I will throw you a mistake. You're like, okay, all right. So what you're saying is this: you're saying that blue is red, red is blue. No. Blue is blue, red is red. The sky is red. And you're like, that makes no sense. I'll tell you, okay, well then I don't care. Because if you do not say the sky is red, I will bring you a mistake. Okay, I will fail you in school. Okay, you understand? So another way of saying this is, your brain, the way it processes information is by using logic, right? Okay, so think of a building. Think of a building. Okay? Think of a building. Okay. Well, this makes sense, right? You're just having built like blocks on top of each other, build a building, right? But let's just say I say no. This is what the building looks like. And this is the empty. You're like, well, that makes no sense. Okay. So what I've done by forcing the idea of the Holy Trinity onto you is I basically taken a part of your logical system of your brain and emptied it out. So it's impossible for you to connect things, okay? Because from this, what you can do is like, oh, now I can just keep on building more things. Right? But if the principle is there's a layer that is unseen or unknowable, it can't build on top of it. Okay? So your brain ceases to be able to process and be creative. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah? I saw like people who wear masks well, and also like they have strong ability on their side. They are like working silicon already, and they are close. But I think that also lies our concept that they are pursuing the materialist and they are, the world is ruled by Satan. Is that true? Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about this later. Okay. But yeah, you work in Silicon Valley. You are a materialistic person who is incapable of thinking spiritually. Yes, that is correct. Also, also remember that people do computer engineering, do mathematics. Like, you're at the best in the 20s and 30s. By the time maybe toward 40, they kind of burn out. Okay, because for your brain to process all this, it eventually burns out. Okay, does that make sense? So again, I hate to say this, but not make you stupid. All right. Is that clear, guys? Any questions? Okay. I can see what's happening is that because people are forced to learn this, they don't want to learn this. And it starts a series of wars within the Roman Empire because Constantine and the Byzantine Empire is going to force this orthodoxy on every Christian church. And it starts a series of wars. Okay? At the same time, the Byzantines, they are fighting the Sassanid Persians. Sassanid Persians, okay. You joke. On. This is Arabia. Okay. So guys, it's really important. This is a time in history, this is about the 500 to 600, where there's a lot of conflict going on, okay? The first major conflict is between the Byzantine and Sassanid Persians, okay? Second major conflict is the church orthodoxy against the independent church franchises, okay? So the Byzantine Empire is trying to enforce the orthodoxy on all different churches who refuse the Holy Trinity because it's such a silly idea, okay? What this is going to do is it's going to force Christians over to the Sassanids as well as Arabia, the desert, okay? And these are called Nestorians. And again, they believe that Jesus is a divine messenger as opposed to God on earth. Okay? Also, we have the Jews as well. Okay? Because the Jews keep on resisting against the Romans because the Romans forced the Jews to obey Christianity. And so the Jews escaped into Arabia. Okay? And at the same time, the Jews want to return to Jerusalem. Now, what's interesting is that most people don't know this, but Arabia is, at this point in history, the most energetic, open, and cohesive society in the Middle East. Okay? So, first of all, it's open because Arabia has always been a point of trade between the Levant, Egypt, and the Indus Valley civilization in India. Okay, so Arabia, they do a lot of trading, but they also are great fighters because they're great mercenaries. Why? Because as the Sassanids and the Romans fight more and more, the Arabians are recruited in as mercenaries for their armies. And as such, they are the most innovative warfare, and they're poor as well, so they're really good fighters. Okay? And now what's happening is that the Arabians, the Arabs, are being exposed to new religions, and that's Christianity as well as Judaism, okay? And both preach the coming of the Messiah. So Arabia is rising in energy, but the Byzantine Empire and the Sassanid Persians are decreasing in energy. Okay? The Byzantines are fighting 20 wars, and they're opposing towards orthodoxy, which is turning people into slaves. And because the Sassanids are fighting the Byzantines in war, and as the Byzantines become more orthodox and become more bureaucratic, the Sassanids are forced to become much more bureaucratic as well, much more orthodox as well. And so the Nestorians are also being persecuted by the Sassanids. So the Jews want Jerusalem returned, and the Stein says to the Jews, hey, you fight for us, we'll return Jerusalem to you. Okay? And so the Byzantines, so the Jews went back to Jerusalem, and then they start fighting, so they come and they kill a lot of Jews. Now, the thing about the Jewish tradition is they believe that when they're most persecuted, when all hope is lost, their Messiah will come to save them. Okay? So the Jews are like, oh my God, the Messiah is coming, the Messiah is coming. Okay? The historians often believe the Messiah is coming as well. They believe that Jesus is going to return. And all it will take is for one charismatic leader to emerge in the Arabian desert to say, I am the Messiah, follow me. What I promise you is this, I promise you that you have a right to believe in whatever religion you want, because the divine spark is in you, and you know how to best celebrate God by yourself. I promise religious tolerance for the Jews, for the Christians, for the Arabs, for everyone. Okay? And so what will happen is this leader will emerge, and his name is Muhammad. And Muhammad will unite Arabia, and then will unite Nestorians, he will unite the Jew, and they will together fight to get Jerusalem back. They will fight to get Persia. And guess what happens? They basically wave about much resistance because there's so much anger, so much opposition towards the Second Empire as well as the Byzantine Empire. Plus, both empires are exhausted. And so this gives us the Islamic Revolution, right? Okay? The Arabs are able to sweep through and conquer most of the world very, very quickly. When they do so, what happens is that Muhammad dies. And now what can happen is they have lots of good factors, the Nestorians, the Jews, the Arabs as well. And they're going to fight a civil war amongst themselves as well. And the civil war will emerge a new religion that we call Islam. Okay? But remember, it's really important. Muhammad himself did not preach Islam. All he preached was, I'm the Messiah, I'm the messenger of God, like Jesus, and I will promote religious tolerance. We will have a community of believers and followers in Jesus. But it doesn't matter if you're a Jew, it doesn't matter if you're Christian, it doesn't matter what kind of Christianity you are. You're free to believe whatever you want, because that's what God wants.
It work on although like Muhammad said that you have the right to believe your divine spark, but I think they all work on the same roles as Paul because they all work at religion because they follow Muhammad but not follow themselves.
Okay, so this is a really important idea you guys can understand. The messenger of God, okay, the leader, the Messiah, if he's never like, I'm God, follow me. He's always like, I'm the messenger of God, and the messenger of God is, you are divine children. The divine spark is in you. You should not be slaves. I will free you from slavery. I will free you from tyranny. I will free you from poverty. Okay? That's always the messenger. That's always the message. What happens later on, after some time, is you will particularly Paul emerge, who needs, I can turn this into my own empire. And then we're going to really become focused. Okay? That's always the process. So we pick up Zoroaster. When he first came, he was preaching a message. He was a prophet. So was Jesus. So was Homer. So was Muhammad. But later on, people will turn his words into an empire. Okay? That's always the process. Right? Okay, clear? All right. Okay. So let's do the PPT. Okay. So we can understand what happened. Okay. So as we discussed before, at this point in history, the Roman Empire is huge, but please remember that it's not a bureaucracy, and therefore each region is controlled by a certain noble family, okay, the patricians. And as a result, what will happen is, and these are like the 50 top families in Rome, and there aren't that many, okay? And what will happen is, there are certain families that will adapt well to the change in the Roman Empire, mainly by embracing Catholic religion, okay, by being early investors in the Catholic Church. That's that So as I mentioned, there are different migrants coming in from the steppes. The Huns, the Germanics, the Slavs, they're basically all the steppes people. Okay? But they will come into different regions and they will absorb differently. Okay? In the north, they're much more independent. And this is where the Vikings are. Okay? These are where the Germans are. They're very independent people. But as they put the Roman Empire, they are assimilated and absorbed by the Roman nobility using the Catholic religion. Okay? And so the people at the very bottom here, they become Christians. Okay? But they become different types of Christians. Eventually, they fight the Byzantine. Because the Byzantine want to enforce Orthodox Christianity onto them. Okay, and this is what Europe looks like when the Russian Empire falls. Okay? As you can see, there are different societies as well. And what makes this possible is the fact that Western Europe, it has a lot of mountains, so it's pretty easy to defend your territory. Okay, so this is Constantine, and he is going to make Christianity the official religion of the Roman Empire when he becomes emperor. Okay, so again, even after Julius Caesar, the Romans cannot help but keep on fighting civil war. And Constantine wins one of them, becomes emperor. He moves capital from Rome all the way to Constantinople. Okay, this is really important because that can establish a new culture of the Byzantine Empire. Okay, they call themselves Romans, but they're not really Romans, more like Greeks. Another major difference is this: Rome is over in Western Europe. Constantinople is all in Eastern Europe, and so now Rome is now able to defend its Roman provinces of Anatolia and Egypt much more effectively. Okay. The thing about Constantinople that's really important is it's pretty easy to defend. Okay, because it's by the sea, and if you build high walls, it's almost impossible for people to invade Constantinople. This is the Hagia Sophia, which is the official church of the new religion. Okay, today we call it Eastern Orthodox, but back then it was just the Catholic Church. Okay, and this is the Hagia Sophia. This is what Constantinople looks like at its peak. And what's really important to understand is it's very wealthy, but yeah, I can see it's surrounded by these sea walls, which makes it impossible to defend. And that's why it was able to stand for about 1,000 years. Okay. When it comes to Nicaea, is where they make the Holy Trinity the official doctrine of the Catholic Church. Even today, guys, if you're a Christian, you still recite it. Right? It's called the Nicene Creed. So can you read it, Alex?
We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and of all things visible and invisible, and in one Lord Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the only begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, forgotten not made, of one essence with the Father, by whom all things were made, whom for us men and for all salvation, come down from heaven and was incarnate of the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary and became man. And he was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate, and suffered and was buried. And the third day he rose again according to the scriptures and ascended into heaven, and sits at the right hand of the Father, and he shall come again with glory to judge the living and the dead, whose kingdom shall have no end, and in the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so what this does is establish the idea that Jesus, God, and Holy Spirit are separate, but they are one and the same. They are different, but they are co-equal. If you actually study this Nicene Creed, you'll find a lot of inconsistencies. Okay, so Jesus Christ is the Son of God, but he is one with God as well. Okay, so when you think about it, it doesn't really make much sense. Okay, but again, the Nicene Creed is something that you don't argue over. If you argue over it, you're a heretic in front of the state. Something that you must memorize. It's like a math formula, basically. Okay, in math class, you're not allowed to question the formula. You're just forced to memorize the formula. Okay. Okay. So as you can see, what's happening is that the migrants are being settled throughout Europe. Okay, but once they're being settled through Europe, the climate conflict between these local families in Rome, then becomes conflict amongst these different groups, okay? All right, so after the Council of Nicaea announced the Holy Trinity, there's still a lot of resistance to it. In fact, even by the year 500, which was about 180 years after the Council of Nicaea, most of Europe is actually, they don't really believe in the Holy Trinity, okay? So Arian just means you don't believe in the Holy Trinity. Catholic means you do. And as you can see, this part, which is controlled by the Empire, it's able to enforce Holy Trinity, but most other parts are not able to enforce Holy Trinity, okay? This is a really important idea to understand. The idea of the Holy Trinity only takes form a few hundred years after it is announced. But in the beginning, there's a lot of resistance to the idea of the Holy Trinity. The Byzantine Empire must fucking enforce it, okay? And it will, because as part of the empire becomes stronger and stronger, you can see this green arrow, it's going to fight all these wars in order to expand the idea of the Holy Trinity, okay? And Constantinople can do this because it's very wealthy, and it doesn't really fear any enemies because of a high wall, okay? Okay, as you can see, it's almost impossible to attack Constantinople by sea. All right, and the Byzantine Empire under Justinian will expand and enforce the Holy Trinity on all churches. Okay, and by 565 it is at the peak of its power. But as we discussed, when the empire reaches its peak, it's probably going to fall really quickly, and that's what happens. So, because of resistance to the Holy Trinity, Christians are forced into the Persian Empire and into the Arabian Desert. Okay? At first, they're welcomed by the Persians because these tend to be very well educated Christians who contribute a lot to the empire. Over time, the Zoroastrians see the Christians as a threat and call them alliance between Christians and the Zoroastrians. The Christians will also go into the Arabian Desert as well to promote Christianity. Okay? You can see how Christianity spread. This Christianity also spreads to China and Japan. One thing that you need to understand is that even though we don't really discuss Arabia a lot, it's a very important part of the world of history. This is a trade center, okay? So if you're in India and you want to make goods into Egypt, the best thing to do is to sail into Muscat and then have Arabian nomads carry the goods all the way to Mecca and then go into Egypt, okay? So the Arabian Desert, we don't talk much about it, but it is a crossroads of empire. And it's a crossroads of culture as well. And there are a lot of Jews in the Arabian Desert because as the Romans persecute the Jews, the Jews go escape into Arabia because the Romans don't like sand. Okay? The Romans, what they're really good at is besieging cities, but they hate fighting sand. That's why the Romans can never conquer Persia. All right, so this is another map that shows the extent of the trade as well. So as you can see, the Arabian Desert is connecting the world, right? It's like you look at India, and India is now able to connect the world through the Arabian Desert. Okay, they think back to Europe, the Mediterranean, and Egypt through the Arabian Desert. Okay, so what's going to happen is that once Muhammad comes into place and unites the Arabian Desert into a new community of followers, okay? They'll spread really quickly throughout the world. And as you can see, there are now over 1 billion Muslims in the world. And you can see how many Muslims there are in the world. Okay? So there's a lot of conflict between the Roman Empire, the Byzantine, and the Safavids as well. Okay, there are lots of major battles. These wars are exhausting both empires, and this is going to enable the Arabs to decreases, this energy is being transferred into the era. Okay, because wealth is being transferred to the era, but also a lot of mercenaries are learning how to fight from the Vikings, from the Vikings as well as the Persians. Okay. So the major event that sparks the Arab Revolution is the persecution of the Jews. Okay. So
The Persian army, reinforced by Jewish force led by Nehemiah ben Hashir and Benjamin of Tiberias, would capture Jerusalem without resistance.
Okay, so the Jews want to return to Jerusalem. Remember, the Romans kicked the Jews out of Jerusalem. So they make a deal with the Persians. Okay, they basically say to the Persians, if you support us, we'll support you in the fight against the Romans. And that's what happened. But once that happened, there are a lot of Christians moving to Jerusalem, and they call the Byzantines for help. And so the Byzantines come, and they win back the city. These Christians help them, and they start massacring a lot of Jews. Okay.
The capture of Jerusalem was interpreted by Jewish writers in the Messianic context. Sacrifices may even have been renewed on the Temple Mount. Control of the city was handed to Nehemiah ben Hashil and Benjamin of Tiberias. Nehemiah was then appointed the ruler of Jerusalem. She began making arrangements for the building of the third temple and sorting out genealogies of established new high priesthood.
Okay, so this is almost the Bible where the Jews were kicked out of Jerusalem by Babylonians, and the temple was burned down. And so what the Jews believe is like now the new Messiah will return and rebuild the third temple, because in their religion, the Messiah will return all Jews to Jerusalem and build the third temple. Okay. All right, keep on going.
After only a few months, a Christian revolt occurred. Nehemiah ben Hashil and his council of 16 righteous were killed along with many other Jews, some throwing themselves off the city walls. Following the outburst of violence in Jerusalem, the surviving Jews fled to Shabara's encampment at Caesarea. Christians were able to briefly retake the city before the walls were breached by Sahabra's forces who laid siege to the city. Sources vary on how long the siege lasted. Depending on the source, it lasted 19, 20, or 21 days.
Okay, right. So the Jews take over Jerusalem, and they want to rebuild their temple. And the Christians are angry because they think this is my city. The Christians rebel, and the Spartans help them, and the Jews are massacred and a lot escape. Where they go to the Arabian desert. Why do they go to the Arabian desert? Because they believe the Messiah is going to come. And so they preach that, hey, the Messiah is coming. Okay? And in the Arabian desert, there's a man who believes he's the Messiah. His name is Muhammad. Okay? All right, keep on reading.
Jews were expelled from Jerusalem and were not allowed to settle within the 3-mile radius. A general massacre of the Jewish population ensued. The massacre devastated the Jewish communities of the Galilee and Jerusalem. Only those Jews who could flee to the mountains of Egypt are said to have been spared.
Okay, so this is we're continuing, okay? Okay. So the first thing that Muhammad's going to do is announce the constitution of Medina, which is say that I'm the prophet, I am the Messiah, but what I promise you is religious openness and tolerance. Doesn't matter if you're Jew, doesn't matter if you're Christian, it doesn't matter if you're Arab. You can practice whatever religion you want. It's called constitution of Medina, okay? That's a promise that Muhammad makes to all his followers. Okay? And we know this from the Quran. So we're reading the Quran together, which is the holy book of the Muslim. And what we'll see is that Muhammad is clearly promising tolerance for all religious factions. Doesn't matter what religion you are, you're allowed to practice what you want. Okay, so Alex, you read, please.
O people of the book, why do you argue about Abraham when the Torah and the gospel were not revealed until after him? Will you not reason? Here you are, you argue about things you know. But why do you argue about things you know? You do not know. Allah knows, Allah knows, and you do not know. Abraham was neither a Jew nor a Christian, but he was a monotheist, a Muslim, and he was not of the polytheist. The people most deserving of Abraham are those who follow him, and these prophets and those who believe Allah is the guardian of the believers.
Okay, so the legend is that Muhammad, when he was 40, he went into the desert, and in the desert he was meditating and had a revelation. An angel, Gabriel, visited him and spoke the truth of the universe. The Quran is just a writing down of all these revelations, okay? And one major revelation is Gabriel tells Muhammad, you're all children of God. You're all sons of Abraham. Therefore, why are you guys fighting? You guys should be working together. Okay? All these differences don't matter. What's important is for you all to remember that you all believe in the one true God. That's what matters. And these differences don't really matter, okay? Okay? All right, keep on reading.
They disbelieve with those who say Allah is the Messiah, the son of Mary. But the Messiah himself said, "O children of Israel, worship Allah, my Lord and your Lord. Whoever has associates others with Allah, Allah has forbidden him paradise, and his dwelling is the fire. The wrongdoers have no saviors."
Okay, so this is really important. What the Quran is saying is that Jesus is not God. God is God. God is Allah. Jesus is the messenger. Okay? And the messenger himself, Jesus himself said, worship God, don't worship me. Okay? So this is a historic decision, right? Okay? Jesus is human. So in heaven he's divine, but on earth he's human. Okay? Keep on going.
They disbelieve those who say Allah is a third of three, but there is no deity except the one God. If they do not refrain from what they say, a painful torment will befall those among them who disbelieve.
Okay, so is this saying that the Holy Trinity is sacrilege, it's blasphemy? It makes no sense, man. God is God. God isn't one of three. Okay? God is just God. Come on,
Will they not repent to Allah as ask his forgiveness? Allah is forgiving and merciful. The Messiah, son of Mary, was only a messenger, before whom other messengers had passed away, and his mother was a woman of truth. They both used to eat food. Note how we make clear the revelation to them, that note how deluded they are.
okay. To say that Mary is divine, to say that Jesus is divine, it's all superstition. They're all just messengers of the one true God. Like Moses and like Moses before him, okay? And now like Muhammad today. Okay? Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad are all messengers of God. Jesus was the penultimate, and Muhammad is the last, okay? The final messenger of God. All right, keep on.
With them are the keys of the unseen. None knows them except he, and he knows everything on land and in the sea. Not a leaf falls, but he knows them. And there is not a single grain in the darkness of earth, nor is there anything wet or dry, but is in a clear record. It is he who takes you by night, and he knows what you are by day. Then he raises you up in it until a fixed term is fulfilled. Then to him is your return, that he will inform you of what you used to do. He is a conqueror over his servant, and he sent guardians over you, until when death overtakes one of you, our envoys take him away, and they never fail. Then they are brought back to Allah, the true master. Unquestionably, he is the judgment, and he is the swiftest of reckoners.
This is something the monad, right? That's God. The monad is the universe. The monad is everything. It's divine. Okay? Stop saying Jesus is God. That makes no sense. Okay. So, as we discussed, now in every desert, it's energetic because people thirst for religious liberation. Okay? The Christians, the Jews, all unite behind Muhammad. And very quickly, once he's able to unite the Arabs, okay, they're now really quickly able to expand outward. They retake Jerusalem and they conquer the Persian Empire very, very quickly because both big empires, Byzantine and Byzantine, are exhausted. The main advantage of the Byzantine is they have built up Constantinople, which is impossible to conquer. Okay? Constantinople, like, it is safe, but everybody else falls to the Arabs. Okay? And as you can see how fast their conquest is. And this is only about 100 years. Okay? They're able to basically conquer most of the Roman Empire, take Spain, they take Northern Africa, they conquer Persia. Okay? So really rapid conquest. Because at this point in history, people are just sick of empires and they're looking for British liberation. Okay? And over time, as Muhammad dies, the Muslims fight amongst themselves and then will establish different empires called caliphate, and will break up as well. Okay? And this will give time for Byzantine to reestablish themselves, and then Western Europe will become more and more powerful. Now, the Arabs will establish something called the Islamic Golden Age. And this marks a time of tremendous peace and prosperity for the world because the Muslims are able to establish trade networks throughout the world. Okay? Why? Well, because when you do trade, the biggest problem is one of trust, right? How can I trust you to take my money to somewhere else? But if you're a Muslim, you must swear to Allah. Okay? So religion requires you to be trustworthy. That allows Muslims to work together to establish trade routes throughout the world. You can't really trust someone who's not Muslim, but you trust someone who is Muslim. Okay? So these Muslims go all around the world, and including ancient China. And as such, the Islamic Empire is able to establish trade throughout the world, which brings tremendous prosperity to most of the world. Okay? And as you can look, I'm not sure if you understand Islam, but Islam is a beautiful, simple religion that builds trust and community. This is Mecca, and this is the Hajj, where Muslims come all over the world and they circle around and come out there to dig queue, okay? So Islam considers itself as the ultimate religion because it improves on both Judaism and Christianity. Okay? Christians believe they are improving on Judaism, Islam. Muslims believe they're improving on Christians and Jews as well. Okay. Now let's talk about the Western Empire. Okay? Because that's where our focus will be for the next semester. 476, the Gauls destroyed Rome. Why? Because the power now is being shifted from the empire to Catholic Church. Okay? So the empire doesn't have enough power. So what happens is that it recruits mercenaries to fight for them, but it can't really pay mercenaries. The mercenaries respond, go and sack Rome. Okay? But in history, Rome is no longer a power, so it doesn't really matter anymore. Augustine, who is the main architect of the Catholic Church, okay, he takes Paul's ideas and systemizes it. He teaches us in the City of God that Catholic Church is out of history. It is beyond history. It is divine. Okay? So the king can fight over the land, but it's the church who decides who goes to heaven and who burns in hell. And that's the power of the church. One thing to remember about Europe is that there are lots of geographic barriers, which allows for diversity within Europe. Okay, that's why Europe has so many countries. Because it historically been very hard to unify Europe based on geography. And this allows for tremendous diversity, and it creates a lot of conflict as well, which drives innovation. Okay, so this is when the Roman Empire falls in the West. There are lots of different groups fighting for remain. Now, what's really important to understand about history is we see the Roman Empire rises and the fall. This is our understanding of love, okay? But from their perspective, the empire never fell because these warlords think that I'm the empire now, okay? And so what's going to happen is that they're going to compete for the legacy of Rome. And eventually, this leads to the rise of a new power, the Franks, okay? So the Franks are expanding throughout Europe, and they see themselves as the heir to the Roman Empire. But how do you prove that you are heir to the Roman Empire? How do you legitimize yourself? Well, you need to get the Catholic Church on your side, right? So in 1800, Charlemagne, who's the king of France, he is crowned Holy Roman Emperor by the Pope. Okay? And from now on, it is the Catholic Church, the Pope, who decides who will be the Holy Roman Emperor. There's no negotiating going on, but on public, for the public, the Holy Roman Empire is always anointed by God. Okay? This is Charlemagne. And today, he's buried in the Aachen Cathedral. And one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. His body is still there. Okay? That King Cathedral. And so this is what it looks like inside. Okay. Now the Catholic Church, because of its power, it's now able to anoint the Holy Roman Empire to become wealthy. Okay? So when you read this out of the Bible.
Then Jesus said to his disciples, "Assuredly, I said to you that it is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And again, I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God."
So as I keep on telling you, Jesus himself was very anti-rich, okay? He believed that the rich people, these are too focused on material acquisition and never go into heaven, okay? But the paradox is that the Catholic Church becomes extremely wealthy, okay? If you go to the Vatican, you can see the Vatican, you visit Basilica, it is one of the most beautiful buildings in the world. It's extremely wealthy. Inside, guys, it's all gold, okay? All right, so the Vatican has been historically the wealthiest organization in the world. And it was able to do this because Western Europe started to become very wealthy over time. Okay, so from about 1,000 to 1,300, the population of Europe doubles because of technological innovation, because the climate is warming a lot for agriculture, because of the rise of city, and because Europe is trading with everyone. Okay, so at this time, Europe is becoming more and more wealthy, which makes the Catholic Church really, really wealthy. Okay, these are different urban centers of Europe at this time, and they engage mainly in trade. Okay, so the church becomes a much more powerful idea than the empire. Okay, why? Well, with an empire, it's the emperor's in charge, right? But the emperor is still a human being, and therefore he can change his mind, and he doesn't really know what he's doing. With the church, the person in charge is God, who is perfect, immutable, and eternal. Okay, so this is the ultimate authority, the church. Second is, what's demanded? Well, an empire demands that you work hard, you labor. But the church demands your soul, your obedience. Okay? Therefore, the church is able to extract more wealth from you. And last thing is, okay, let's say you don't obey the empire. What's going to happen to you? Well, the empire puts you to death, okay? Not a big deal. But the church, what it can do is send you to hell for all eternity. Okay? That's why the Catholic Church becomes the most powerful organization ever in human history. And it's still true today. So, what makes the Catholic Church so powerful? What becomes a divine bureaucracy? Okay? And what it does is establish a very strict hierarchy. So, the idea of the church is that God is distant, and God demands your obedience, right? Right? So remember, safeguard, remember Paul. Right? So the thing is that when you go to church, the priest doesn't speak in your language, the vernacular. It speaks in Latin. And we don't really understand the language, okay? You know how to read the Bible. Because at this time, most people are illiterate. Um, the Holy Trinity makes no sense. But again, you're not asked to debate it. You're not asked to question it. You just have to memorize it. There are lots of rituals to the Catholic Church. Some of these rituals are just really weird. So, for example, the Eucharist, where you believe that you're actually eating the body and blood of Jesus with the idea of transubstantiation. Okay? The church is powerful because they determine who goes to heaven and for how long. Ultimately, if you're a king, you don't obey the church, the Pope can make it, which is say, I remove you from the Christian community, and therefore any other king can come and include you, and it'd be good in the eyes of God. Does that make sense? So this is why the church is so powerful. It also is very helpful to understand why the church is so corrupt as well. They have too much power. And ultimately, they will use this power in order to enrich themselves. Okay? Remember the Catholic Church, people who control the Catholic Church are descendants of the Roman nobility. Okay? They will use Catholic Church to enrich themselves. They say what's so-called indulgences. And the idea is, let's say you're a rich person and you did a lot of bad things, and now you're afraid you'll burn in hell, right? Well, Jesus will say, too bad. But the Catholic Church says, give us a lot of money, and we'll give you an indulgence, okay? Basically, a ticket to purgatory, all right? And so, as you can see, there's a lot of corruption going on. So-called simony, where you can buy and sell positions in the Catholic Church. Very similar to the imperial bureaucracy of China, right? There's some holy relics. Priests are not really divine. They get married. They sell their positions to nobles. And the kings are the ones who can appoint leaders of the church as well, okay? So there's negotiating going on between the Catholic Church and the kings as well. The parishioners, no matter how poor they are, they're forced to pay a tax. They pay a tax to the Catholic Church and not to the king, okay? As you can imagine, the king is not really happy about this because a third of his land, most of his tax revenue, is being taken over by the Catholic Church. So that's why a lot of kings will eventually start to rebel against the Catholic Church, okay? The church controls 1/3 of all land in Europe tax-free, okay? And this leads to feudalism. So, at the same time, though, even though the Catholic Church is so powerful in Europe, it still has a legitimacy problem, okay? Meaning, like, how does it prove that it is truly divine? Well, the first problem is the Muslims are holy land. Okay? If you truly represent God, what's Jerusalem in the hands of the Muslims? Also, Spain is part of Europe, but Muslim Spain is actually much more wealthy and innovative than the rest of Europe. The Eastern Orthodox Church, led by the Vatican, with the Catholic Church. Okay, because both want to be the ultimate center of the world, but the Vatican says that we're the center, and the Romans say, no, we're the center, okay? And there's corruption going on, and everyone sees corruption, but there's also lots of religious leaders who are rebelling against Catholic Church because they want to unleash the divine spark, okay? So there's always this legitimacy problem going on. And so there's a solution, okay? What solution the Catholic Church does is that it persecutes Jews, okay? So the Catholic Church allows Jews to exist just so that the Catholic Church can scapegoat the Jews. And throughout this time, as you can see, Jews are being persecuted, mainly by being forced out of their homes, where they lived for 100 years. Okay? And a lot of them are forced to go east into the Muslim empire and to go to Spain. Okay? But over time, they're being expelled from these regions. This little map that shows the persecution of the Jews, as you can see, they're forced to go east. Okay, and often there are lots of massacres as well. Okay, so the black spots, okay, the stone part, are areas in which they were massacred. They were blamed for certain crimes. Okay? So this is a map that shows the pilgrimage of Christians into the Holy Land. Okay? And again, it's a source of embarrassment for the Christians that their Holy Land is occupied by Muslims. And they have to pay a tax to Muslims. They go into the Holy Land. Right now, the Holy Land, Jerusalem, is being controlled by the Soviet Turkey, okay? The Ottoman Empire. And that's why Pope Blimp II was actually called for the Crusades to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Okay, so can you read, please?
All who die by the way, whether by land or by sea, or in battle against the pagans, shall have immediate remission of sins. Or what a disgrace if such a despised and base race, which worship demons, should conquer a people which has the face of omnipotent God and is made glorious with the name of Christ.
Okay.
Let those who have been accustomed unjustly to wage private warfare against the faithful now go against the infidels and end with victory this war, which should have been begun long ago. Let those who for a long time have been robbers now become knights. Let those who have been fighting against the brothers and relatives now fight in the proper way against the barbarians. Let those who have been serving as mercenaries for small pay now obtain the eternal reward.
Okay, so this is Pope Blimp II saying the Crusade. It's going by the demon. And if you fight a demon, it doesn't matter who you are. You could be poor, you could be rich, you could be a simple person, you could be a nobody. But now's your opportunity to go to heaven, okay? Like when you go to fight the demons, you will all be guaranteed access to heaven, no matter who you are, no matter what you did. And so a lot of people go and join the crusade for lots of different reasons, especially those who committed crimes before, okay? So guess what? A lot of people join the crusades are criminals because it's your opportunity to get good with the church, okay? That's why we've seen a lot of abuse during the crusades, okay? So as you can see, lots of people are now joining the crusade in order to liberate the Holy Land. And eventually they succeed, okay? Even though a lot of criminals, they're still very good fighters because they have religious devotion, okay? They're very energetic. And unfortunately, they're too energetic, so they have tendency to massacre people when they succeed. Because they literally see the Muslims and the Jews as demons. That's what the Pope taught them. Organization that developed during the Crusades is called the Knights Templars. Okay, this is very important. We'll be discussing Knights Templars later on. Okay, the Knights Templars is really the first multinational bank because these pilgrims are going to the Holy Land and they need to bring money with them to fund the journey. But if they take a lot of money with them, then they're going to rob, right? So what they'll do is they'll give the money to the Knights Templars, and then when they get to Jerusalem, the Knights Templars will give the money back to them. Okay, so they're a bank basically. And then they can use this money to start investing around Europe. And so they become a very wealthy organization. The problem is that because in Jerusalem, they're away from the authority of the Catholic Church, they start to embrace new ideas. They start to discover the true nature of Jesus from the Muslims and from other Christians in that area. And so the church thinks that become more corrupt over time. That's why their leader, John de Molay, he is burned at the stake, and in 1307, the organization is banned by the Catholic Church. But a lot of survivors, they will go over to other places, and they will form the basis of a secret society we call the Freemasons. Okay, so we'll discuss the Freemasons later on. Okay. There's also something called the Albigensian Crusade. So there are still individuals who believe in the divine spark, okay? And these people are called Catholics. And the church sees them as a threat. And that's why they launched a crusade against these Catholics. Okay, so can you read out?
Seaman and many of her soldiers made determined effort to convert the Catholic perfect but failed.
Okay, so again, the Catholic Church is, if you disagree with us, it doesn't mean you're a heretic. It means you're stupid. So we first want to educate you in what is right. Okay? The Catholics believe that no, the divine spark is in me. I know the truth for myself. You can never convince me. Okay? Keep on going.
Ultimately, only 3 women recanted. The 140 who refused were burned at the stake. Some entered the flames voluntarily, not awaiting their executioners.
So if you believe in the divine spark, you believe you discover truth, you're not going to test. So the Catholics are saying like, if you don't recant, we'll burn you at the stake. The Catholics are like, good. Keep on going.
In August, the crusade proceeded to besiege the stronghold of Turbis. Despite the sailings from period Robert the Cabrate, the siege was solid. The occupants of Turbis suffered from a shortage of water, and Raymond the Turbis agreed to a temporary truce. The Cathars were briefly relieved by an intense rainstorm, and so Raymond refused to surrender. Ultimately, the defenders were not able to break the siege, and on 22 November, the Cathars managed to abandon the city and escape. By the time operations resumes in 1211, the actions of Honor Armory and Simon D. Montfort had alienated several important lords, including Raymond D. Toulouse, who has been excommunicated again.
Okay, so as you can see, what we want to understand is that crusade against Cathars is not just a religious crusade, it's also one of geopolitics, where the local lords resent the power of the Catholic Church, and so they support the Cathars, okay? Okay, so, and this could happen throughout Europe. So, the response of the church is to establish a new society led by Prince of Sicily called the Dominican, okay, the Dominican, which goes and basically tries to figure out who the Cathars are, okay, by interrogating everyone. Right. And this leads to, of course, the Inquisition. Okay. And so the idea is that if you disagree with church orthodoxy, you'll figure it out. And you refuse to recant, you refuse to obey, you'll burn at the stake. Okay? So this time in history, because of the Inquisition, because of the founding Catholic Church, Western Europe is one of the least innovative places in the world. Okay? And at first it's fine, but eventually bad things start to happen in Europe. Okay? So the little ice age began, and you have the Great Famine, and you have more wars, and you have banditry, and then of course you have the Black Death. So if the Catholic Church represents the will of God, and all this happening, then is God really happen with the Catholic Church? Right? So this is a Black Death, which kills about a third of the European population. And people, because they're religious, they think that this is the will of God. It's because the Catholic Church, it's corrupt, it's evil, it's stagnant. That's why God is punishing us. Okay? And this will lead to conflict within Europe, where the Catholic Church is actually broken into different parts as well. Okay? So there are some who believe that Rome is the true center of the Catholic Church. There are other people who believe that Avanon, okay, is the true center of the Catholic Church. And this creates even more legitimacy problems for the Catholic Church. And then we have individuals who emerge to challenge the orthodoxy of the Catholic Church. Okay, so this creates the thing that we mean. John Wycliffe is a British person who was he was not punished when he was alive, But afterwards, after he died, he decided he was a heretic. So what they did was they took his body and then burned it at the stake to make sure he burned in hell. Okay. Jack Food will lead a revolution. Okay. And this is called the Music Wars. But then another man will emerge called Martin Luther, who will eventually lead a successful revolution against Catholic Church. This is called Protestantism. Protestantism, okay? And we'll discuss Martin Luther next class. Next time we'll discuss the rise of capitalism. Right? Any questions, guys? Yes?
Like, there's a case of my mother's friend telling me that she and her husband had a severe cancer, and they tried to pray to the Catholic Church, and like later the cancer just disappears, and they said it is miracle at the Catholic Church, and they all believe the Catholic Church can explain the miracle. Like, is there really miracle?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's your question. Okay. So this is what we call the placebo effect. Okay. Placebo effect is basically you feel really sick, and you're like, doctor, I'm really sick, I'm gonna die. Is there any medicine that can save me? And I'm a doctor, and I don't want to say there is no medicine. So I say, okay, well, here's a medicine, okay? It might help you, but this medicine does nothing. You take this medicine, and then you feel better. You get better. And this happens a lot, okay? So it's called a placebo effect. So why does it happen? It happens because if you understand that mind leads to matter, then your reality is shaped by your perception, your belief. Okay? So if you believe that this medicine can improve your body, then it will have effects. Okay? The question though is, how much do you really believe in this medicine? Okay? So you can argue that cancer is really a question of loss of faith. What's cancer? Cancer is a splitting of cells, right? So why is your body literally falling apart? Because you stop believing in yourself. You stop believing in the purpose of life. You stop believing that you have relevance in the world. Okay? So when you say, I want to cure my cancer, what you're really saying is, I want to find a new faith. I want to believe in myself again. I want to reestablish my relevance in the world. Okay, does that make sense? So you have the desire. When you have the desire, then the cure makes sense. Okay? So another way of saying this is, okay, let's just say that you don't feel well, right? Well, if your parents make you go see a psychiatrist, you probably won't feel better. But if you yourself want to get better and you go see a psychiatrist, you're going to get better. Okay? So why this person, why he or she improves his or her cancer is because of faith. Okay? She wants to get better. So if you're able to orientate your mind in a certain way, you're capable of tremendous miracle. Another idea is that in meditation, right? You're able to control your thoughts. If you can calm yourself down, your body will heal a lot faster. Does that make sense? All right. Okay. Any more questions? Okay, great. So next class, we'll discuss capitalism.
Good morning, guys. Ugh. Uh, I'm about to go to the airport. I'm happy you guys are worried about my flight. Good morning. And thank you guys for being here. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Looking at the stream, just sleeping the whole night. What a funny stream. That is a lot of fun. I'm just laughing. Last night was so much freaking fun. I was joking. I was like, I'm so sad it's over. I don't want to leave. I'm such a loser sometimes, but it was funny. I didn't want that party to end. I think I was literally, but just because of the Uber in whatever situation, even though I could have ridden with somebody else. I should have, but yeah, I think I was like the second to last person to leave, if not the last. Okay, I have my flight. Oh damn, my flight got delayed. That's not good. That's not good at all. Oh damn, I think I'm gonna be really delayed. I think. Hmm. I just need to get millions of dollars so I can help all these damn freaking orphanages, these animal orphanages. I just want to rescue animals. The Dallas Cowboys are awesome with Quinnen Williams. I'm just reading something about how much better the defense has gotten.
And I was afraid. I was terrified. Yeah.
Why?
I write in the book about, I was terrified of the man I did not marry. And I was very worried about people knowing where I was. And
Damn, Twitter's crazy this morning. Just all the drama on here. A lot of Milo drama, Candace drama every day. Some new drama. Well, you know, and I mean, I guess I'm noticing on Twitter right now, it's like somebody comments somebody on something, and then it's somebody else commenting on that comment with like their darkest, most personal, issues. Like Misfit Patriot, they're always like, I get how people don't like Misfit Patriot. I think he's funny. I don't think he's as bad as people say. There is some stuff he does. It's like, dude, you got to chill. But he gets, I mean, they go after his dead brother. He gets they overkill him when it comes to, you know, making fun of him. They would bring up his dead family members, all because, like, I don't know.
To Qatar, and how will they be able to train Qatari pilots at their airbase in Idaho if Qatar is included in the designation?
Thank you for the question. We take very seriously our partnerships, and we always do thorough evaluations to make sure that they protect our intelligence, our operational security, and that they serve the best interests of the American people. The U.S. military has a longstanding partnership with Qatar, and we look forward to continuing that partnership at our airbase in Idaho. And I would just point out that for reference, the Mountain Home, Idaho Air Base is not just Qataris that train there. There are also Singapore military folks that are there as well. So it is a base that we do a lot of foreign military training, and we are thankful for those partnerships, and we'll continue to evaluate all of those to make sure again that national security is protected. That is the Secretary's utmost priority.
But given the fact that the Qatari royal family and Qatar itself is the biggest financier, along with Turkey, of course, the financier of the Muslim Brotherhood, would that relationship and partnership be reevaluated since the designation could possibly include Qatar?
I'm not tracking any reevaluation at this time, but again, the Secretary really keeps national security top of mind, and this administration does as well. So we will always make sure that American assets are protected.
If I could follow up on Laura's question, actually, she mentioned that are we reassessing our relationship with Qatar because of funding of the Muslim Brotherhood? It's been widely documented in mainstream Israeli papers that the Israeli government funded Hamas, which we also designate as a terrorist organization. Are we therefore reassessing our relationship with Israel because of this?
That would be a better question for the State Department.
Thank you.
Yes, Laura.
Thanks so much for having me.
It is funny how Emily Saves America, everybody's mad at her that she went to Qatari, and now she's been talking, negatively about all of the Israel First people. So now she's becoming like a groiper, and people are getting mad at that. It's just funny how it works with them.
That this entire thing is going to fall in on itself, right? And so the task of conservatives right now is to preserve as much as can be preserved. And then when the inevitable collapse of the country comes, ensure that conservatives are able to sort of help build back the country in a way that's actually better, not Joe Biden's build back better, but actually some sort of reconstruction.
So this is astonishing.
Yeah, I don't know why Tim's going after Candace too so much. I mean, I get, oh, whatever, I get it, but I don't get it at the same time. Like, I can understand why Turning Point is frustrated with Candace, but I don't know why Tim Pool, who's my friend, I don't know why he's so mad at her. But maybe it's other, maybe it's like other something else is there I don't know about. Man, my feed is a lot about guitar. And once again, Emily Says America is just keeps on coming up in my feed. Yeah, somebody's talking about this Hudson News. The POS system is insane. You have to hit so many buttons to buy it. I was trying to buy a bottle of water, and I shop at the Hudson's at the airport all the time. Like, I was like, why am I pressing 6 different buttons to get a bottle of water? Like, how many bags? How many card? This, that. I mean, it's ridiculous. Mm. Yeah, this guy Ospil is. I started following him. I like him. He's like an Australian nationalist, but he's funny. He's been fighting with Avi Yemeni, and Avi Yemeni's getting exposed. Like, he's another guy that's like supposed to be all about Australia, and really all he cares about is Israel. Like, he just cares about making sure anti-Semitism is not in Australia. It's like, dude, what? That is crazy how the white population is only 8%. Um, and so, and there'll like always be a couple white people, but like in 100 years, there'll like no, there will like literally not be any white people.
And everywhere else. Called freedom. It's called freedom of speech, and I use it every day. And you pay the price. You pay the price. Okay, and you did pay the price. Okay, so like those Israel remarks that you made, and I want people to see what it is we're talking about. So let's watch.
Comments on Israel. We're asking everybody today. Any comments on Israel?
They got a lot of Palestine.
Ooh. Better comment.
Remember, these people are occupied, and it's their land. Not German, it's not Poland.
So where should they go? Where should they go?
They go home.
Where's the home?
Poland.
So the Germany. They just like Poland and Germany.
And America and everywhere else. So when you look at that, when I watched that, and when I started looking at this, I thought to myself that that is an insensitive remark. That Poland and Germany are the exact places that the Jews were put into concentration camps, and that at the very, very least, World War II. I had two brothers, many relatives. Right. It hasn't been that persecution since World War II, and you don't take other people's land. But but you see the insensitivity of the remark that. No, I didn't realize it would bring that many bills because they've been free ever since. I know, but Germany and Poland, you didn't pick, Alaska, you picked Germany. I should have said Russia too. Well, Russia had its share of anti-Semitic pogroms also, but they also had 25 million who died in World War II. That's true, but I'm trying to more than that. Yeah, so I mean, Germany, Poland, Dachau, Auschwitz. We're talking about the United States. And the United States, what? I said he said, what should
Mm. I'm about to jump in the shower. What's the chat saying? Do you guys want to come to breakfast? And people, I better not have farted in my sleep. That's I better not have. Seriously. That was a fake. That was a fart machine. Good morning. I need my Saratoga water to dip my face in. Yeah. All right. All right. We got to get ready and get going here in a second. Do you guys want to come to breakfast? I'm not that hungry. I try not to eat in the morning, but because we're on stream and it's morning time, we can maybe go get a little breakfast stream. Did I record my sleep last night? I don't think I did. Damn, I was sleeping all night. We had a sleep stream. Okay, looks like you guys want to go to breakfast. Tucker Carlson is the new king of all media. Like it was Howard Stern back in the day. Now it's Tucker. Because Tucker is like the counterculture. Tucker is the punk rock. You wouldn't have thought that Tucker Carlson became like the edgiest guy, but that's where we're at. That's where we're at. And I'm not like obviously taking that as a shot at Tucker, but Tucker, you would consider him very, not super buttoned up, but buttoned up and professional. And now like he's literally the counterculture. He is punk rock. It's crazy. It's awesome. Okay, let me see. My flight got delayed a little bit, so we probably need to leave here at mm, I'm tired. I am the new IRL king. I'm the new IRL king. I am the new IRL king. I got so many damn uh uh what you call it? Um Party favors, but that sounds bad. But I got so much damn Alp. Oh, last night, remember I was putting in all those Alps? I had like 20 Alps in. That was so gross. Out for breakfast. Breakfast and champagne. Let's see what the chat is saying. Well, we're about to get in the shower. We'll go get some damn brekkie. We'll get some brekkie. I am the new IRL king, Alex Stein. What? Oh, that's an ad. I was like, I didn't. That was weird. There was an ad on my feed. I don't usually have them on my other account because I have whatever Twitter Blue, and the ad was like a weird something I wouldn't have tweeted. Dude was with Brendan Schaub last night. Theo Vaughn. Last night was fun.
Or I can push it back. I definitely like that. Like for truck sim and stuff, this is nice to have it back further back like that. And then I could get it closer to me when I leave the room. That way I can open the door.
If I have to eat Magdala, it'll be done. And I have a
Yeah, somebody was saying my Twitter feed did used to be better. Now there's something going on last week. It's been weird. Oh, so funny. John Christ is so funny. He was cracking me up last night. He was telling this funny story about how Charlie introduced him to Kyle Rittenhouse and he was shook and it was just a good story. It was just funny. Gosh, John had me laughing last night. But yeah, last night was so much fun. John Christ is probably I mean, everybody says Nate Bargatze's the biggest guy. Nate is like technically probably the biggest when it comes like Netflix. When it comes to clean comedians, clean, which is different. And yeah, like a joke doesn't need to be dirty to be good, but it's a special skill that they have where it's none of it is pussy or gross stuff. It's all just funny, and it's still like a little edgy. You know, they can still make it edgy, but it's not. You know, it's purposely not super edgy, but it's so good. It's just funny. It's really funny. Well, I also like John Chris because like he's a big Christian, but he still makes fun of all those churches that are all crazy and stuff. Everybody needs to go follow John. Oh, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Good morning, Ann Kirk. Thank you. Oh, how do I make it play on the screen? Hold on. Show on stage. I attended a council meeting last night. Thank you, Mr. Alex Hine, from introducing me to what they are. Yes, chat rat. Anna, it would have been cool. You should have spoke. That would have been cool. But thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Gosh, we're going, guys. Like we're getting some more viewers now that I'm up and at them. Let me look at the chat. Sorry, I'm not. I'm looking at my feed. We're just hanging out. Ann Kirk, everybody, shout out Ann Kirk in the chat. We love you, Ann Kirk. Okay. There's an indoor pool. I was thinking we'd go to, but I didn't bring shorts. It's so cold. Should I go in the indoor pool in my jeans? Okay, we gotta go eat breakfast. All right, let me go. Let me put on some clothes. Even though I have clothes, you know. Merry, Merry Christmas. And I didn't want to leave the damn party last night. I just wanted to stay. Because I'm losing weight. These are 36s and they're too big. Look at this. 99 is losing weight. We're looking lean. Let's see. Where's my jacket? Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm gonna have to wear my other jeans. Hang my jeans up from my pants. Oh, yeah, they did hang them. Okay, guys, so we're gonna go get breakfast and come back, shower, then we gotta go to the airport. Look up and see if there's a lounge. I don't think there is a lounge at the Nashville airport. There might be. Somebody needs to Google Amex Lounge because my phone, I can use my other phone. Napkins. Alp. I mean, I don't even, it's not, no signed, sealed, delivered deal or anything, but we're working on Alex Stein and Alp doing a big collab. And that's not a joke. That's real. I know I've been joking around, but that's actually real. Why am I such a babe, huh? Is that a guy saying that? Is that Milo in the chat? I like Milo, and Tucker just had him on. But Milo trying to pretend that he's not gay anymore is ridiculous. It's funny. I love it. I think it's good. I laugh at it, but Milo still likes guys. Dude, DSP, I was just watching a DSP clip. I love Dark Side Phil. Alp needs to get Dark Side Phil. Well, they got Dasha to do an ad, and then they reached out to me, and so we filmed one thing. We haven't put it out yet because there's going to be a big marketing campaign for Alp coming out, and technically it's supposed to start on the 7th, I think. Actually, shoot, it's already December. I've been talking to them now for a couple weeks, but yes, everybody at Alp is so awesome. This is Tennessee. It's cold. This hotel's packed though. Let's go see. There's no bed bugs here. This is a nice hotel. You guys are sickos. You guys love to cause drama. You guys love to cause drama. Where's the room key? I know I got to get up because we got to leave soon. It's almost a very Merry Christmas. I met a lot of people last night. A lot of people. Honestly, John Chris is my favorite. He was making me laugh the most. But I've known John, so I mean that's not like we're besties by any means. But no, I've hung out with John. He's so funny. Like he's just personality. He's just like he just makes you laugh without him trying. Like he doesn't have to say anything. He can just be like, "Why do I laugh?" No, this is a Drury Inn. Now, if you guys have never stayed at a Drury, these hotels are badass. These hotels are badass. What's up, boy on bus 6796.7? I'm so sick of that. But yeah. We're on floor 9. I would take the stairs. We might lose you guys. If the stream drops now, it was nice knowing you guys. We had a great sleep together. Did anybody send a super chat? That's the new thing. I need to just sleep with the stream on and get super chats while I sleep. That's how you make money. Um, I stayed at a Drury one other time a while ago. This one was near here, and it was like it's either this or Hampton Inn. I stay at Hampton Inns all the time. I was like, I'm gonna stay at Drury because this girl had this viral video because they have what they call kickback at 5:30, where they have a buffet every night. So they have breakfast and like a small dinner buffet. And honestly, there was pulled pork, macaroni and cheese, baked potatoes.
Going down.
I think that we don't want to.
Going down. Going down. Floor.
Thank you. Everybody's getting breakfast now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you. Yes, if you're locals, thank you. So look at this place. You gotta it's nice in here. Looks like there's like a cop conference or something going on, I think. There's a lot of look at this. Look at bum, 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 look at the chase. This is way better than the Hampton Inn. Jewelry and look at this. You got a soda machine. You got the jury's the best. Ooh, delicious waffles. Let's see. Okay, waffles. Biscuits. Look at everything.
Wait.
Yeah, we had the lessons. Enough. Hope it's enough. Okay, I see you now. There we go. Now the clock starts. These are pancakes. Ooh. One minute left. Okay, 30 seconds. Look at that D for jury. Look at that. That's how you make waffle. This is gonna get all pressure. What's on with it? Or catch up. Powdered egg. It's not starving. Well, let's see if there's a lounge at the airport. If there is, yeah, we'll get going. The food at the lounge. No Amex lounge. Damn it. The Delta Club. It's all. You made a brief for this. And I met Dave Ramsey last night. And to be fair to Dave, I mean, he didn't know who I was, but I thought he was very calm. For some reason, I thought he was a little more like, I've watched so many Dave Ramsey clips. I don't know. I thought he was a little more charismatic in person. He was pretty sure. I think just very, very proper. A little too calm. I wanted Dave to like yell at me. But, you know, he's at a party with a bunch of people. Some people were acting, you know, real normal on purpose. I was acting crazy. I know. I hope I didn't piss anybody off last night. You know, Dave Ramsey was awesome, but I'm just saying, like, he was not in party mode. He was in pretty business state. I was like, you got me out of credit card debt. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. But I didn't want to argue with him because there is, you know, there are some good things to do with credit, for sure. I mean, going into a horrible credit card debt is obviously bad, but there are some situations where that would be bad. Yeah. Josh Hammer's freaking out on the internet about Tucker, and these people got to relax. Well, we're flying back to Dallas. $400. Come. We got to go to the airport here. I love singing Raisin Bread. All right, we're getting a shower. Did you guys enjoy breakfast? Hopefully, we'll get a better breakfast. We got to drive back. I am going to be sick on the plane. This is the best part of the tour. This is the best. My pinky nail's growing back. Looks weird. Thank you, Boy on Bus. Big Gills 8894. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, what time is it? We have one banana for health. Good morning in England, guys. This is how crazy I am right now. No ice. I'm like an illegal immigrant. No ice this morning. So that was breakfast. Yeah, I like Coke Zero more than Diet Coke, if we're being honest, but that was the only option. There's Coke Zero is not an option. I love it. That's weird, George. Those are weird comments.
I'm for me if you don't care.
7. Thank you.
Or that's it. Going up. Going. Going up. Going up.
Oh,
Shoot, I'm going up and then go down. We're only going up one more anyway.
Yeah. Merry Vlogmas is right. Merry Vlogmas. This month we have a busy month. Only next week we're on the road all week. Oh, next week we're going to George Santos's Christmas party. So that should be fun. Okay, I don't know what should I do, chat? Should I end the stream while I shower? Or do you guys want me to stay live in here while I go shower? What do you guys want me to do? You guys tell me in the chat. We've been eating a lot of bananas on stream lately. Almost got canceled. Well, I kind of did get canceled for it. What boy on bus? You got to go call AOC a big booty Latina. That's all you got to do. George Santos Christmas party. And then I can't say who I'm collabing with, but next week I'm doing a collab with one of the biggest. In his genre, he's like the biggest. He makes crazy content. They don't want me to say until we film it. So I can't say. I'm going to say next week, though. I'm going to say next week. I know, boy, I'm buzzed. Well, I don't know if it's free money. I don't know if we've gotten that many super chats, but yeah. I guess technically in a way it's free money, I guess, but people would have to donate, but it's fine. Okay. All right, 7:54. What the plan is, I'm getting in that shower. I'm going to shower, get dressed. I'll probably point the camera this way just in case I walk out of here naked or something. Yeah. So, yeah. You know, I deleted the Conspiracy Castle channel. I actually deleted the channel because I didn't want them to like retroactively give me strikes and then mess up my Blaze channel. It was the dumbest thing I ever did. No, I mean, I've done dumber stuff, but we'll have to build it back. We'll have to build all this back together. They're going to have to build it back. But the comeback's going to be so strong. When Primetime 99 Outside comes back, the haters are going to keep hating, but the players are going to be congratulated. That's what I want. Look at this. Oh my God. Merry Christmas from my family to yours. Ow. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Right down Santa Claus Lane. Oh. Oh, it's an Alp holster. Damn. Damn. See, I already got one open. I hope they let me bring this on the plane. Look at that. Hey. Oh, it fits in there tight. I can go take this on a jog. I need to brush my teeth, but I'll put this in before I brush my teeth. Ah. Okay, I gotta get in the shower. My hair's looking crazy. I'll be back. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Right down Santa Claus Lane. Right down Santa Claus Lane. Right down Santa Claus Lane. Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, got my boxers, got my socks. Okay. Right down Santa Claus Lane. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. All right, guys. We gotta get on the get on the road, folks. Did something fall while I was in the shower? It was a weird noise. All right. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, what's up, chat? Sorry, guys, I know kind of boring, but we're about to go to the airport. You guys think I can go live through security? You think they'll shut us down? It is a public place, so technically, well, I don't know. I don't know if you're actually, even though it's a public place, like I don't know if you're actually allowed to film in the area. But if I just put you guys in the thing, oh, shit, my timer. Timer's going on. Oh, we lost a bunch of viewers. Of course we did. Of course we did. Of course we did. Well, we're here. We're back. Damn. You guys got out of here quick. You guys got out of here real freaking quick. Well, we're back. We're back in business. We're back in business. Right down Santa Claus Lane. I like the jewelry. I like this place. I like this place a lot. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Did I clean my what? Is it blocking? Did I clean my butt today? Yes. Yes. I just got out of the shower. That's the main thing I cleaned. Yeah, I'm happy I'm on your commute. I'm going to take you guys on my commute too. My commute. We got a busy day planned. We got to go back to Dallas, and then I don't even want to talk about it. I might. Well, it's not that big a deal. I'm supposed to go to. I'm supposed to go to Naples on Sunday, but now I might have to go on Saturday. I gotta look at the flights. I know. We're all working. Everybody's working for the weekend. Right? Everybody's. Make sure to hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button for more content like this. Definitely hit it. The blimp's about to take off. The blimp is literally about to take off. I have not landed yet. What do I do with all my tactical holsters? They should let me bring that on the plane, right? I don't know why not. Don't know why not. gosh. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, riding down Santa Claus Lane. I don't know why I packed 3 button-down shirts in case I didn't like one. Look at all this dip. I should have got more of these, but I got one just for the memento. Look at this. It's a stocking. We just. Ow! It's a great stocking. A metal tin. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Okay. Let's check it. Says like, sure, why do you have so many cans of owl? Because of everything in here. Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Oh, meeting Bryce Mitchell was probably my favorite guy too. Bryce is so funny because he's just so unapologetically himself. I would like to even be a bigger FU to the system like Bryce. And he's incredibly humble, like down to earth guy. Well, you can just tell some people are just down to earth. Like Tucker's down to earth. Believe it or not, now people think Tucker's some, super rich guy. I mean, I'm sure he's not broke, but you know what I mean? He does not act like some highfalutin rich guy. He acts very laid back. Like, I'm not just saying that. And his brother Buckley, oh my gosh, Buckley Carlson is the man. And Buckley's funny. Buckley is so funny. I was just cracking up last night. Okay, we'll put these at the top. I'll take these out. They're at security. So, sure. Why do you have a bunch of owl holster? I might think that's weird. Okay, make sure I got everything. All right, we're about to go, guys. Y'all ready? I was down to earth. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think like there's certain stuff, of course, everybody has like an ego about, but I feel like I'm nobody special. Oh crap! Did I get another notification? That's the problem. They tell you it's delayed, and then sometimes they can bump it up. We need to get going. I'm gonna see if it moved back or forward. Why is it making me log into account? Oh, because I'm not on my normal phone. I'm like, why does it make me log in? I'm on this app every day. I'm on my backup phone. That's why. That's why. They're having a cyber sale today on flights. 50% off cyber sale. Oh crap! It moved back 10 more minutes. I already had breakfast, but we'll go eat breakfast somewhere better. This wasn't that bad. I'm on a diet. I'm not trying not to eat in the morning. It messes up my whole fasting. But today's a travel day. Travel days, I'm a little easier on myself. But you missed breakfast. You have to rewind. Rewind about 15 minutes. I think if I X out of, let me see. Let's see. Oh my gosh, Tim texted me this morning. Oh, that's funny. Crap, did I lose you guys? I sorry, I was checking all my text messages. Sorry about that. I got a bunch of texts I got to respond to. How do I go live from this phone? Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Got to text myself the link. All right, hold on. Okay. I know we're losing people. We're losing people. We're losing people. We're losing people. Hold on, let's see if I can join from here. And then we can get going. Let's see. Okay, why is it making me do that? Okay. Continue, yes. Why is it making it so hard for me to join the StreamYard link? No, I'm at a Jewelry Inn where real people go. Why is it not letting me join on the browser? Okay, this is the last. I don't know if this will work or not. Are they gonna let me log in? Oh my gosh, let me into the damn StreamYard. No wonder people don't want to come on my show. You have to do all this stuff to go. I guess because I'm logged in on one account over there, so it's not going to let me log in on my other ones. Gosh, it's so annoying. Okay. Let's see. Okay. How many teams? I think we might finally be in. How many times do I have to say allow? I'm sorry I'm getting so frustrated. It's just I've literally pressed 1,000 buttons. Okay. Did the stream drop? It might have dropped. Did it drop? Is it still? Are we still live? Because I just exited out on there. Are we still up? I think it's still up. Well, this phone's hot. Wow, my other iPhone's warm. Okay. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Okay, I think it's working. Let me see if we're still live before we get on the road. Okay, it's still working. Good. Oh, we got a $2 super chat. Thank you, F your locals. $2, F your locals. All right. You can tell this camera is not as good. Somebody said I farted 7 times last night. I better not have farted. I better not have. Somebody needs to clip that. Me playing the butt trumpet. Not the first or the last. I'll be playing that. I'm the damn Louis Armstrong with the butt trumpet. Okay. All right. I think we're ready to go. Okay. Shoot, I had 18 text messages. Jake Little's the man. Yeah, I just texted Buckley. Shoot. Shit. I know, and now I feel bad. I got all these texts I didn't respond to. I'm sorry. Tim texted me. Wow, what a freaking trip. What a trip. I am mad I didn't talk to Brendan Schaub enough. Brendan doesn't like me for some reason, and I like Brendan. Like, Brendan gets a lot of heat and stuff. I actually like him, unironically. Not like saying that to be cool. Like, I don't think Brendan deserves as much backlash as he gets. He deserves, like, maybe a little, like everybody does on the internet, but he doesn't deserve as much as he gets. I'll tell you that much. Because he's not lame. Like, he says a bunch of funny stuff that they all quote in his Reddit, but they're all funny stuff. Like, I started saying the quotes. So it's like he's created a whole subculture of comedy. So I don't know. I think he's pretty funny. Time to go to work, guys. Just a man armed with a selfie stick. That's all I got. One selfie stick. And now, see, you guys, I can't, that's what I see. I can't see the chat. So, sucks. Streamer needs to make it better to stream on a phone. Let's see. Ooh. All right. I think that's everything. All right, let's get the heck out of here. Let's get to Dallas, folks. We got to get to Dallas. All right, is anything in here? I think we're good to go. Got the car key. Okay, let's get the heck out of here. Got my phone, got my wallet. Where are my headphones? I got them somewhere. Gosh, I just have Alp. Like, I have so much Alp on me, it's insane. I probably have like 40 cans of Alp. I'll take them now. I'll use it. I'll use them in the car. Oh yeah, thank you. Have a good one. Down.
Why does Chip have a room key?
I have to get one thing before we go. Yeah, you know, we got to get one more soda before we go. Can't have too much breakfast Diet Coke. It is finally starting to feel a little bit like Christmas, I guess. It's beginning to feel like Christmas. It's nice in here. We love you. Thank you, Drury Hotels. Unlimited Diet Coke. You cannot beat that. Shoot, some hotels in Florida will charge you $45 for a damn soda. You go to Las Vegas and try to get a Diet Pepsi, is $17. Not here. Not at Drury Inn. It's complimentary with your hotel stay. Here's my damn Hyundai. Y'all want to see what this is? This is a pimp. You know I'm a pimp when I'm in the orange creamsicle. I'm in the creamsicle. I'm in the creamy Hyundai. Y'all don't know what this is like. Y'all don't know what it's like to be a baller. Y'all don't know what it's like. Look at this. Kona Ice, dog. Kona Ice, you're about to get deported when you get in my ride. You get in the Ice Mobile. Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement, motherfucker. You about to get deported. All right. Now if I can just open my door with my bag and everything. Okay. Here comes Santa Claus. Here comes Santa Claus. Right down Santa Claus Lane. There's like a cop conference at the hotel. There's all these cop cars, like all these like hidden cop cars. Like that's one, that's one, that's one, that's one. It's funny. That's another hidden one. All these like undercover cop cars. Let's see. How do we set this up in the car? Okay. I think this is electric. I gotta get some damn. I think it's electric. I don't know. Okay. Ooh, maybe I can do like this. Hold on. Right down. All right, I think that'll work. That one probably thinks I'm crazy. Okay. We got a decently full battery. But we need to turn the heat a little. Okay, let's go. Wait, did I not? Oh, there we go. Gosh, I can't even fucking start it. It was still September when your daddy was quite surprised to find you with the working girls in the county jail. I was smoking with the boys upstairs when I heard about the whole affair. Damn. Oh, no. Oh, there's traffic. There's a lot of traffic. I wanna know what became of the changes we waited for. Let's see, let's listen to what dumbass Howard Stern's saying right now. Because we're on Serious. I never have Serious. I don't even get to listen to Howard. Let's see. I'm a lady boy.
I don't know. But yeah, I like a nice Tupperware. And again, I'm calling it Tupperware. It's not that we use Tupperware, but it's something like it. And I believe you have to burp that Tupperware in order to get all the air out so that the food stays fresh. And Beth is like, just cover it with a piece of saran wrap. I go, no, that doesn't lock in freshness.
This is what Howard's talking about. Fucking Tupperware.
Air is not coming out. Do you understand?
No, I do not. No, I don't. You know what? I'm an idiot, okay? I don't understand. Explain it to me. Of course the air is coming out. When I burp it, the air...
Not.
Absolutely, it's vacuum sealed. What are you talking about? Watch the commercial.
Vacuum sealed. It's
it is vacuum sealed. Get out of here. What are you talking about?
Like, literally, they're arguing about Tupperware. I mean, I guess this is Howard. Yeah, hey, you can. There's maybe some critiques on Tucker, but he's not doing any fucking podcast about Tupperware because nobody gives a shit about Tupperware. Like,
was it? I don't know, but I hear the air gushing out.
Oh, sure, but it's not all the air.
You don't know how to burp properly. You don't.
It's just Tucker Carlson is so much better than Howard Stern because Tucker on his show would never go on a 10-minute rant about Tupperware. It's like, Howard, how is he just so out of touch with what the audience wants? Nobody gives a shit about Tupperware. So weird. He's at $1 billion. Throw the Tupperware away like you give a shit.
Have you ever opened a vacuum seal?
Oh, yes, of course. Many times.
And what happens?
It unseals.
No.
Howard is
funny. What happens when you open a
He's not good anymore, but he's a funny guy.
What am I, getting the SATs here? What are you asking me questions?
I'm just trying to explain to you that gimmick and you're...
No, stop it. I don't like you. You're really not on my team, but I just realized that after all these years.
Team Tupperware.
Yeah, Team Tupperware.
Boring.
And I guess she wanted to date, and there were some other things too.
She actually wanted to leave her apartment.
She actually wanted to be in something, so she's broken up to nothing.
Here's my guess on that. I don't think JD had a girlfriend, from what I can tell.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
He's talking about JD, who's one of the people on his show that another guy nobody gives a fuck about. I mean, Howard, get some celebrities in there and like ask them about their sex lives or something interesting. I mean, damn, that seems like an easy formula that he just doesn't do. And you're like, what do you mean talking about their sex lives? Well, it's funny because celebrities like date each other and have all this drama, and we want to act like we don't like drama. It was funny when Howard like getting people's drama, especially Hollywood celebrities, and now he wants to be A-list, so he doesn't go after the A-list people. Like he used to go after Jennifer Aniston. He used to go after all the A-list people when they were dating Brad Pitt and all. You know, now he doesn't. Now he's trying to be friends with them all, so he just kisses her ass. Traffic! Damn it, I gotta have another can. It's one in my pocket.
It's so afraid of what we could be. I really want you to stay. Please stay. Why don't you pull it up closer to me? To me. Why don't you pull it up closer to me? To me. Pull it up closer. Up closer. Up closer. Up closer. Why don't you pull it up closer? Looks like traffic's getting a little smoother. Come a little closer. Why don't you come a little closer to me? To me, darling. Whoa, this Tesla's just been crazy driving. It's 33 degrees. The Illuminati is controlling the temperature. That's not even good.
Hard to believe we are less than 4 weeks away now from 2026, and if you're looking for Uncle Diplo on New Year's Eve, he'll be playing at Nikki Beach in St. Bart's. Sounds like a pretty sweet way.
This has been a crazy year. I just got to work on just letting go of things and just letting my vibrational frequency just attract what is meant to be in my life. I know it sounds weird, but instead of forcing things, we try to force stuff, and I'm making errors. So I'm just trying not to force anything, just let it all work out like it's supposed to. Because that is true. Like, if you kind of look at the world, like, we have this mindset, like, if we don't have money, if we don't have this, then we can't be successful. But really, we have an endless amount of supplies to make our lives whatever we want it to be. It's like we choose not to use those tools, not to take chances. Like, everything or anything you could ever want or need, like example, like if you really wanted a Mercedes SL, like that was your dream, like, and you really focus on it, you can get that. If you put anything in this world, like if you put your focus and time into something, you can get it. And the universe, it's available. I'm probably not articulating that the best I can, but my point is, it's like we feel like we can't have access to all this stuff, but it's accessible. We just have to figure out how to do it. You gotta grind. And so, if we work with the universe instead of against it, is kind of the simplistic version of what I'm trying to say. We try to work against the universe, and we got to work with it. And the universe, it provides. And there's that other thing. It's like, be careful what you wish for, because sometimes you ask for something, you get it, and it wasn't what you wanted. And so that's another thing. Like, you wanted something, you get it, and it's like, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. Because nothing that you wanted wasn't the right thing for you. Damn, traffic's bad. There must have been an accident. My dad's making me go to so many tree lightings. Now my dad wants me to go to the North Park tree lighting with him. All right. Marjorie Taylor Greene was there. I feel bad for Marjorie. Gosh, I mean, she was in good spirits, but I could tell that she was in a good mood. She was smiling about some stuff, but you could tell she was pissed. She was like pissed. Like, overall, she's like mad at the world, which I am on her side. I think she was targeted, especially by Trump, a guy that she's always had his back. So I don't know. She seemed like I said, she was being nice and personable. She's with her daughter. She's being happy. But like, you could just tell that like there's something going on that's very serious. Very serious. Like, she was in a serious tone to her. And usually Marjorie's a little more like, blah, like, I don't know. You could just tell that all this stuff is weighing on her head. I feel bad. And in the conservative movement, people are like, oh, we do like women. I think her being a strong woman has hurt her. I don't care what anybody says. I'm like, I know we want to be like red pill, alpha male, like women shouldn't be in politics. That's not realistic. And she is in politics, and she's one of the few women that has balls. So yeah, it is tough to be in a good old boys club as a girl. That is harder. Especially if you're there when you're really young too, that makes it harder. There's some things that are just harder.
Alright, let you know, girl, looking on your eyesight. Alright, just lose yourself.
You're grooving.
Right at the 747, then lose yourself. If we start from the clouds and the heavens go, let's go. It's alright, alright, alright. Let's go. In the shoes, let's stand up. Alright, alright. Let me do what you can do, baby. Alright. Gotta let you know, girl, looking on your outside. Alright, just tell my DJ to play your favorite tune. Then you know it's okay. What you found is happening now. Let's go. It's alright, alright.
How one car getting pulled over costs all that. That's ridiculous. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Well, people are saying, oh, I see in the chat, Marjorie sounds like a crazy feminist. Well, rightfully so. She's the only one there with any balls. And so, like, if you're a strong woman, you're going to get accused of being a feminist. She's not. I mean, does she like women? Yes. I don't think that makes her a feminist. My point is, I don't give a damn if she's a girl, a guy, even if they were trans. As long as they're fucking going and representing the American people. I mean, I don't want a trans politician, but you know what I mean? Like, I would actually rather have a politician that cares about our country that's mentally ill, because they're all mentally ill at the end of the day. So, yeah, we have a bunch of rhinos, a bunch of fake conservatives, and whatever. I mean, maybe they want to have their own, version of conservatism without people like, me and certain other people in it, but we just need politicians that actually represent the people and not all these political action committees. Now we're grooving. Oh, and security last night was hardcore. Security last night was hardcore. Hardcore security. Everywhere I was going, there was a damn security guard. Last night, I just noticed just every corner I was in at the party, I was like, oh, there's probably 20, like, plain clothes security guards. Serious looking guys, like, mercenary looking guys. Like, you would hire them to go fight a private war. You're a small country. I think the IDF hires mercenaries. Imagine that's your job, you're a mercenary. You want to fight, like, some people would probably love it.
If you roll it with me, holla, holla, murder, holla, holla. All my niggas is ready to get holla, holla. If you know, get them a little holla, holla. Come on, if you roll it with me, holla, holla, murder, holla, holla. All my niggas is ready to get holla, holla. If you know, get them a little holla, holla. Come on, if you roll it with me, holla, holla. It's murder, holla, holla.
Everybody rip the swag out. Go I rip the tag out.
I feel like I'm there by their side, letting them know that everything.
Do you trust me? Yo, this is pumping. Yo, Shock is pumping, man. It sounds like something I do. I hear you, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if I do it like this, hit it, girl. I'll play with your toes. You know what I'm saying? Right. Yo, if you look real cutie, I'll play with your booty. Yeah. Check yo, with the whole all right, that's enough. That's enough. What? No. Come on, man. All right. No. Let's just keep it cool. You know what I'm saying? For you, I played myself. Dude,
Coldplay, if you're cheating on your wife, Coldplay will catch your ass. That was crazy. That was crazy. Coldplay cheater. It's been a weird year. Out. All the things that you do. Now we're rolling. I used to love Chris Cross when I was a little kid. This is why we were cool. Songs about jumping. Like, we didn't need songs about fentanyl, and we could just make a song about jumping, and it was a hit. And they used to wear their jeans backwards. So cool. I gotta bring that back. I'm gonna wear my jeans backwards.
Ain't coming off wet. If all y'all suckers that don't know, check it out. Some of them try to run, but they can't run. Some of them try to run, but they can't run. Some of them try to run, but they can't run. Some of them try to run, but they can't. Cause I'm gonna make it back. I'm making it back.
got to call Tim today. Tim texted me this morning. I got to bug Tim now. Yeah, well, I was talking about Tim with Brendan Shaw, and I was talking to Candace. I didn't talk about Tim at all to Candace. But I talked to Tim about Brendan. Or talked to Brendan about Tim. But Brendan only spoke highly of Tim, but we were just laughing because Tim said a bunch of shit on his podcast and got himself in a bunch of trouble. I mean, Tim doesn't get in trouble in his mind, which I kind of respect. Like, and Tim, he kind of likes the drama, which I respect too. That's why I like Tim. But I love Tony Pointer, so I don't like that he's beefing with him. It's a bad deal. But you know, I can't control Tim. He can't control me. I mean, it's just you're friends with people that are friends with other people that dislike people. It's, you know, that's just the web how it goes. But I was talking to Brendan. I was like, Brendan, you got my boy all screwed up. You got my boy canceled. I was giving Brendan the business a little about it. And Brendan was like, I didn't tell Tim to say anything crazy. We told him not to. Famous last words. Well, we got to stop. Even though I didn't really use any gas, this thing's electric. I'll put a couple bucks in because I don't want to get charged like $50. Hey, we're getting some more viewers. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys so much. Last night was the cuss cast. Was I cussing a lot? Y'all, you know I'm a sailor. Y'all know I got sailor blood in me. Oh, Billy Gibbons of ZZ Top was there. Billy's a man. Okay, we're almost here. We're going to stop at a racetrack. Shakira!
No fighting.
For some reason, when that song is on, I like to sing it like Kermit the Frog. I don't know why. It's cute, actually, on Pop 2K. So listen, here's something that's actually useful for you tonight instead of what I just said. But did you know that the last
Well, we're basically here.
2025 starts tonight. It's
We're basically here.
It's going to look closer and bigger than it normally does. So if you got clear sky tonight, look up.
We got a big moon tonight. Oh, now we got some music.
Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass and I'm homebound.
Hit that piano!
Staring back, yeah, just making my way through the crowd.
Vanessa Carlton! Vanessa!
And I need you, and I miss you.
Damn, I need to go get some gas.
And now I wonder if I could fall into the sky. Do you think time went past me by? 'Cause you know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just see you tonight.
Rental car return shit. All right, we're just returning it. It still says it takes full, but I've driven about 50 miles. I'll just risk it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Ba-na-na-na-na. It's easy to drive up in here, but driving out of it is hard as hell. key. Let me get all my trash out. That's gross. Let's see what the chat's saying. Somebody said you were out of cigs. Technically, my part, my office is done, but we gotta wait. Real America's Voice sent the contract. I gotta basically just agree to it, which I will. I'll probably do that today. I gotta read it. I have to send it to my attorney. But yeah, we're gonna. I mean, we're doing it. We're doing it. So. Damn, you're out of cigs, man. That's why you gotta have Alb. You gotta go Alb. You never run out. You never run out. Thank you, guys. Oh shit, more Coldplay! Yeah, I'm living in this car right now. You don't live in a Hyundai. Okay, I think that's everything. Got a full tank of gas. We got the key. Let's get our trash out of here. Let's see if I could just see you. Take this. That was in there good. That worked good. Crap. It's going haywire. Crap, is it? I hope the stream did it die? I hope it didn't. Right. Yeah, I got everything out of here. It's got a full tank of gas. It's got a full tank. Thank you, sir. All right. Make sure I got everything in my phone, wallet. Okay. We're good to go. Thank you guys for watching. I don't know, James. Where are the 7,000 live viewers? They need to come back. They need to come back. It's freaking cold. I don't even know if I'm walking the right way. I think I am. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we can take the live stream through security. We'll see. I can't see the damn chat. It sucks. See what you guys are saying. I know, I need a freaking spit jar. Yeah, I usually sleep like 6 hours. I need to get 8. But yeah, is that how much I slept last night? I need to get some damn shirts that fit now. I need to get some new t-shirts. Is that all I slept was 6 hours? I definitely need to work on getting more sleep. But today was a little different because we were traveling, so I was like, you can't really sleep that comfortable. The escalator's broken. We're gonna go in the damn elevator. You can't read that, it's too small. Airport's over there. So. Yeah, I do. You don't technically really have to spit it, but sometimes I'll swallow some. All right, we'll have to throw this way. We'll have to do some on the other side. We have a little bit of time though. It's cold. You think we're gonna see any country music superstars? We saw some last night. John Rich is there. It was good. It was good. A lot of people were there. A lot of people. I would say the person everybody wanted to talk to though had to be Candace. Like there was like a line around Candace and Tucker. I mean Tucker was number one, but it was his party, and everybody there knew him personally, so he had to talk to everybody. But like of people that wasn't their party, yeah. Like and Theo Vaughn is a huge celebrity. He was really low key. He's really laid back. But yeah, I would say there's literally a line of people hovering around Candace. It was wild. Okay, we just returned it. Just got a notification. They got the Hertz returned, so we're good there. Looks like the flight's a little delayed, so we got time. Oh, it just got pushed back more. I don't know why it keeps. I guess the weather's bad. It's really cloudy, but I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. We're at Nashville Airport. Nashville International. You see this Nashville International Airport. We're here. We'll see how long the stream stays up. I feel like airports always have horrible service. And then this is on my backup phone. Why does my nose look so red all of a sudden? I gotta get my nose checked out. But yeah, we need to see some more country music superstars before we go. Oh look, there's some Gibson guitars over there. You can see. Go look at it. Yeah, Graceland's in Memphis, but I've been to Graceland twice. It's Elvis Presley's manor, his home. Graceland's awesome. I loved Elvis as a kid. We're going on 9.5 hours. We've been live. I told y'all. What did I tell you? And there's like nobody at the airport right now. It's like, well, no, there are people now. Now there's like big lines of people coming. That's not good. That's not good. What time is it? So we can go over here. I'm trying to look for country music superstars. Okay, I have Clear. I'm about to go through Clear. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys. Hopefully the x-ray machine doesn't make it turn on. It might. But look at this. Most heart transplants. Damn, look at all the delays. See all the delays. It looks like mine's only delayed 45 minutes. So. I mean, what are you going to do? 45-minute delay, I guess it's the weather. I don't know. But okay. Good morning.
Just your morning class.
I got you. Glasses. Cool, Alexander, you're good at step 3. All the way down to that last blue sign. Alex Stein or Alexander. What? Yeah, I got a YouTube channel. I just take it out because it looks weird for the security. Hey, I'm at the airport. I'll call you right back.
What is this? You gotta drink it. Here, you throw it away. Yo. only take motions that aren't going to be able to go. Maybe two of them.
We just did it. We made it through. Did the stream drop? I don't know. Did it drop? Let's see. Let's go sit over here. I don't even know what damn gate we gotta go to. Some chats. You guys like Vlogmas? Did it work in the machine? Let's go back and see. Yeah, this is it. Oh, it's just dark in there. Clip that. I look like I'm about to sell old-time newspapers, maybe. Oh, me, my battery was. Maybe. I see Dooms in the chat. That's always good. Where's my damn power box? I think this one is power. Let me see. Let me see if this bad boy has any power. Can charge your phone for a second. Let's see. Let's see. Turn it on. Do any power? Oh, why? This white one, I swear. I got this same thing like never works. What is going on with this thing? I don't understand it. Let's see. Any power now? It says it's charged up. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Looks like we're getting a little power. It doesn't let me see the whole freaking screen. Yeah, there's no lounge here. I think there's minute suites. Let's just see if we can find the minute suites. Let's go to. Let's see. Oh, they arrested somebody for the January 6th pipe bomb. That's crazy. Well, I don't know. That's not good. See, Baker then said it was somebody else. That's not good. That's not good at all. Let's see. Man, my service is not great right now. I feel like I say that every day. credit card bill right now. We're looking for some lounges on Amex right now. Yeah, Minute Suites. Concourse D. My flight, let me see which one I'm leaving in. So we can go walk to D real quick. Let's see. Okay, I'm in C. I hope it doesn't keep getting delayed. I hope not. It's so annoying. Traveling can be. You need to come by. Let's see you guys are saying in the chat. Alright, we'll walk to Terminal D. What the heck? How are we losing viewers now? How do we have more viewers going through security than now that we're out of security? Someone explain that to me. I mean, I enjoy traveling a little bit. I mean, I might go get food. I don't know. There's the, looks like my service is bad. There's a Minute Suites lounge. I can go get something to eat. I can go chill and maybe get, I think they have free Cokes and that thing. Yeah, the algorithm is touchy. You guys can't see my eyes when I'm looking at my phone. I need to raise a hat up. Yeah, in Portland, they're doing a crazy thing this weekend. I'm not surprised. You know, on Spirit, you know how they have like a first class zone now? You get free drinks on that. I didn't drink the other day, but like, yeah, all drinks and snacks are complimentary. I upgraded to the big front seat. So that's like literally like freaking. I see Doom in the chat. Chad Zumick says he's streaming outside your house next. Chad's. I mean, what am I going to say? I'm live streaming at the airport right now. But Chad going to Mercer's house is funny. It is funny. And I'm on Mercer's side, but it's funny. The thing is, Chad is such a pussy, though. Chad kind of looks like he's big. He's like 5'5". He's so, like very unintimidating in person. I know on the internet he might seem like he's big, but he's really a small guy. He's not a big guy. I think he would tell you that. So I think Mercer would probably kick his ass. I'm not even kidding. Just because Mercer's like taller than him. Yeah, I do think Mercer would probably win. I mean, they'd probably both get in some blows. They'd probably, you know, it wouldn't be a prize fight, but I can't even prize fight. Yeah, Chad's intimidating. Oh, did the stream die? Oh, did we lose everybody? It's all black on my... Oh, it looks like it's still up. I know, that is true. Chad was like, I'm going to Mercer's house, but it was on the opposite side of the street, like 4 houses down, maybe. I don't even think he was like right in front of his house. It's still funny though. I woke up that morning or whenever it was. I think I was like taking a nap, but I remember like waking up to that and just laughing at Chad. And Mercer was laughing about it. Mercer's funny as fuck. Chad's funny too sometimes. Make sure to hit that like button, you cowards. In honor of the Dabbleverse. Yeah, I'll be in Florida. I'll be in Naples on Sunday. Somebody in the chat from Florida is messaging. Got the Hertz receipt. Let's see. What's going on Twitter? Why is Twitter doing crazy stuff? Twitter's always bumping. We had a good time last night. Looking at these pictures makes me smile. Let's see. How are they just now arresting a pipe bomber? I don't know. That's crazy. Elon called Jewish people white, and now all these Jewish people are getting mad at him. He was like trying to compliment them. He said, I don't even want to say the tweet. And then he's getting canceled for that. He was trying to be pro-Jewish. I mean, you can't win. You can't win. You can't win. Like, life's a game. You can't win. You can hope for a tie. That's about the best you can do. Look, now Crowder's going. Everybody's just going after each other. That's what we need to do. We need to do a stream, not tonight, maybe tomorrow night. But, like, I need to not do it as myself. But we need to do, like, a caricature of all the right-wing drama. And we need to just, like... I'm trying to think. Like, what would be the stream? What do we call it? Like, taking out the woke right or something. I don't know. We need to make, like, a stupid stream talking about all the drama in a retarded way. Like, making fun of it. I don't know. I can't read the chat. We got to formulate this idea. It needs some work, but we can get it going. What is... Sorry, I'm laughing to myself about stuff I read on Twitter. I probably should be doing this a little more publicly. Oh my gosh. People are mad that I was with. People are so stupid. Some people are so dumb. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, so. Okay, we should go to Minute Sweets. Are we live on Twitch? I think we're only live on YouTube. I think we're just on YouTube. That's what I'm saying. There's all this right-wing drama. Like, maybe I should pretend to be like a leftist talking about it. I don't know. Somebody said AOC is going to do Playboy. Now, that wouldn't shock me. It'd probably help her. It'd probably make her more popular. Somebody's saying they watch Don Lemon. I know Don Lemon just got to 1 million subscribers. Like, how? But he's been hustling. You got to give it to him. You know, lost his gig at CNN, but he literally got a microphone, went on the street, is just kind of doing. I'm kind of need to copy him a little bit. I need to get a microphone and go on the street and go live. He definitely has a bunch of viral videos of him getting clowned, but that happened. I don't know. What is it? Sometimes you have to go low to go high. Maybe. Sometimes you have to play a little dirty, I guess. Not all the time. Wow. You guys love freaking... I know, I need to go to Tampa. And you know, well, I'll be in Tampa for Bubba the Love Sponge's annual party. People are laughing. Yeah, sometimes I'll listen to Jordan Maxwell. I listen to all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I'm letting the chat take care of itself this morning. I'm letting you guys take care of it all. Okay, let's go to C&D. C&D gates that way. We'll go that way right now. Hopefully we can get in the minute suites. Yeah, I don't even know if Chad goes on Bubba. I think Chad and Sports can go on Mike Calta, Bubba's arch nemesis. I think. I don't know. There's all kinds of drama with that. Because Calta's tight with the comedy club Side Splitters. So a lot of the people that are going to Side Splitters that weekend go on Calta's show. Somebody said Nancy Mace is a MILF. She doesn't look bad. She's, I mean, I don't know if she's hot, but she doesn't look bad. December 18th, Austin, Texas, drag Christmas event. I probably should go. We need to go shut it down. Yeah, Doomspace. See, I know the Dabbleverse even better than you sometimes. And that's basically impossible. People need to go watch Doom's channel. It's insane. Some good stuff. I'm a little partial to Misery Loves Clips. But Doom is great. Freaking Stuttering John in Doom, and I mean, it's so funny. So funny. I love how there's somebody in the chat, we don't have to time him out, constantly talking about pooping. I mean, I guess it's funny. I mean, farting and pooping is funny sometimes, you know. I watch a little bit of. I mean, I don't like watch Karmic live, but I'll see his clips and all the Felicia stuff. I love it. I do like the conspiracy that Felicia was trying to turn Karmic into Pat. I like that one. Because maybe she was doing it subconsciously. Maybe she was doing it. Seemed overtly, not very covertly, if you just want my opinion on it. But maybe she was just not trying to do it and doing it, you know, subconsciously. Still funny. And, you know, Pat Dixon, for, you know, the people that complain about Pat Dixon, I feel like, and the Felicia thing, like, now I kind of believe Pat, all of Pat. I mean, just seeing how she treats Karmic, I feel like her and Pat probably had a mutually aggressive relationship. And I don't know, if Pat hit her, I'm not cool with that. Obviously not. But Felicia seems like a woman that would, like, hit back or be the first to throw a hit. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she wouldn't. Who knows? But she's definitely alpha. I thought she was a little more beta. She's like the alpha. So I guess what I'm saying is every relationship, when it's over, there's always like he said, she said. So I don't know. I'm telling you, her relationship though her relationship with Carmen has made me view her relationship with Pat Dixon differently. All right, Rebecca, go talk to people and find the bar. I know I should talk to people, but you know, the problem is random people at the airport. I don't want to, even though it's a public place where I like to film, I don't want to get kicked out of here before my damn flight. We should go eat something. I'm hungry. No, Jimmy's not at the Blaze, and I'm actually sad about that. I didn't want Jimmy or Brandon. Jimmy or Brandon are both not at the Blaze right now. It just sucks. I get fired and they get fired too. I don't like that. Look at this. Ooh, let's try sweet nectar. Mountain wintergreen, sweet nectar. We'll go sweet nectar. Who signed it? Oh, we got an hour. Okay, let's go. Let's go try to go to the Minute Sweets for a second. Then next week, we're going to DC. We got George Santos' Christmas party. Now that one, I swear, I need to get my lip. I feel like George Santos has been purposely like sharing the invitation because he like wants protesters there. I think there will be protesters at Santos' Christmas party. I love George. Another guy that he's gay, but he voted more conservative than Lindsey Graham, who's in the closet. So I think George Santos is better than Lindsey Graham. You guys want to do more food reviews? I guess we could do a food review today. We could. Yeah, I do need to watch my drink at that party. Yeah, George Santos is funny. Oh, we got a $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Hey, Alex. Mohawk is a federal agent. Who's Mohawk? Is Mohawk in the chat or something? Who's Mohawk? Thank you, 101 first. 101st Corn Pop. Yeah, Lindsay. Gay Graham.
Please maintain control of personal belongings at all times.
Oh, there's a guy with a mohawk behind me. Oh, that makes sense.
Inspection and reward.
Well, thank you for the $2 super chat. Let's see what's in this. All right, we got over an hour. Let's go. Let me put the power box over. Look at the Christmas tree. It's really pretty in Nashville Airport right now. Okay, I guess, like, I don't know if November was just a bad month, but I really wasn't in the holiday mood. After last night, I think I'm a little more in the holiday Christmas mood now. A little bit. Excuse me. I'm definitely more in it now. I think, like, everybody's just stressed and anxious this year. It doesn't seem like people are in a good mood to celebrate. But that could just be my, how I feel. And just, extrapolating my feelings on everyone else. But I'm not sure. Going on 10 hours. 10 hours since last night. I know. I hope you guys enjoyed that stream. And obviously, it's not going to work on the plane. Okay, C gate. We got to go to D gate. No, I don't want to go out there. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see. There's a USO in there. Yeah, that's a nice little lounge. Thank you for your service. Prince's Hot Chicken. That hot chicken is like the biggest fad now. Everybody likes the hot chicken. I'm a plant-based pimp, so sometimes they'll do like a hot fry. I can try that. I mean, I used to have that hot chicken, but I haven't had that in years. Years since I've had that. But everybody loves damn Nashville hot. I mean, did they actually invent it though in Nashville? Putting a bunch of seasoning on chicken. I feel like somebody had spicy chicken before this, but I guess it's like their version of it. Ooh, Tennessee whiskey. Oh, they got a BK. I should get BK. What time is it? Ooh, it's breakfast. Should we get some BK breakfast? I got this dip in my mouth. I think our flight's C terminal. Let's go see if we can find the gate. BK, I love BK. I like BK because they have the Impossible. Statement of charges. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, okay, good. We didn't get charged for gas, so we're good. I thought we did. Oh, everybody's at Minute Sweets. Everybody's here already. See, this is the. You can kind of come in here and rest for a little bit. Let's see. This area, the airport's really nice. It's like all brand new.
I'll get it off here. I'll just try to get you guys.
Is there a long wait? Yeah. No, it's no worries. Yeah, it's not. We're not going to make it in there. We'll go to our gate. Because we only have an hour, so if we have to wait like 30 minutes, we'll only get in there for like 10 minutes, and then we got to run to the gate, so it's not even worth it. But it is nice because you get like your own room inside the airport, so it is nice. Now we got to go to damn Seagate. It's like, why can't we just freaking, and like no lounge, can't get in the Minute Suites, breakfast stinks. Let's see what's at BK. BK can make it better. Okay. BK. Oh, I have the app. Oh, they might not use the app here. Let's see. Because I tried to use the app at a BK at the airport the other day, and it didn't let me. Let's see. Burger King. Start order. Okay, here's my thing. Loyalty login. Right now. Where did it go? My code. Oh no, wrong location. Oh no, oh. Wait, let's see. See, does that work? See, did that work? Let's see. Royal Perks. I think it worked. I had 274 crowns. Okay. Breakfast items. How are they out of the egg and cheese? Burgers for breakfast. Okay. Egg and cheese. Large. Okay, next customize. Okay, next. Large Coke Zero. $14. Oh, let me put this. Okay. Not too bad. Oh, of course, sold out of everything. Okay, view cart. Okay, here. Please wait. There you go. BK all the way. Orders processing. Number 1. Am I the first person to order on the kiosk today? Get your receipt. Good morning. They got it. I think they got my order. Good morning. Thank you. Order 1. Coke Zero, 9 in the morning. We'll go eat this. You know what's funny? Even though it's BK, it's still better breakfast than like the hotel breakfast for whatever reason. Still, the king. Don't you ever forget this. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu likes Burger King more than McDonald's. It says a lot about a man. It says everything about a man. Burger King is great, but I mean, McDonald's is, I think, the go. That's it. I think McDonald's is the go. I mean, Trump worked at McDonald's. Or maybe Netanyahu did that as a shot or a message to Trump that they don't mess around. We are here. We got to go there. We got a long ways to walk. Let's see. Okay. The stream's still up. That's good. That's good. You haven't had BK in that long. I know, $15. $15 for Burger King breakfast, one item. I don't even know if I got a hash brown. Maybe it comes with a hash brown. I don't know. It better. I better get a damn hash. $15. And I tried to use the app. Of course, all the reward stuff sold out. I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's because they have to pay more money in rent, but always this morning. Number 1. Okay. And some napkins. Okay, we got the BK. We got the package. Now we just gotta go to the damn like it is
a lot in common there. That's amazing. Not like
see, look at all the Southwest planes. This is one of their big hubs. That is nice. The flight here is only like, it's literally like an hour and 20 minutes. It's a really nice flight. It's not long at all. Any flight like under 2 hours is, after 2 hours, I mean, that's not that bad, but you know, once you get to 3, 4, that's when it's really draining, and it makes me extra tired. So Yeah. Welcome to Nashville. Damn, I've already finished my Coke Zero. I got to save some of it for my damn thing. I don't want to run out all my stuff. We got to go somewhere we can eat this. It would have been nice if we could be in the Minute Suites, but of course not. Okay, that's T-Gate. That's a transgender terminal. Okay, where's C? Where this way? Look at this Smashville. Wait, you gotta see this. Smashville. That could have a sexual connotation. You know, all the players are like Smashville's right. And those hockey guys, they're dogs. There's that pro hockey guy with Whitney Cummings right now. That guy's a dog. You know, he's a big dog. I could go back here and eat. Or go over here. Let's see if I can get it. Got it. Oh, it's not good. It's not good. Does that even stay up? Why am I having so many problems with this? Okay. This. I'm trying to set up my. Okay, that'll work. You see the price? $15 for not even full. Look how much room. You wouldn't even know it's in there if I have it like this. Of course, Josh Hammer just retweeted my tweet. These people are sick. Let me go. Oh shoot, let me charge your phone. I got time. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Looks like I had notifications off, so like something. Oh my gosh, look at these. I love how there's some people hating on Tucker. They're so funny. Look at this. I love it. I love this. Oh my gosh, people are now saying I'm getting paid by Qatar. That's so funny. I love it. We love it. What a fun party. People hating. I mean, y'all weren't there. Y'all weren't there. We're backlit. Okay, let's see this. Everybody go engage with this tweet. Go look on my Twitter. It only has 35,000 views. Like it's not that. It's not popping off like that, but go interact with that tweet. Okay, this is what a $15 sandwich looks like. You gotta add a little hash brown on top. Mm-hmm. No. That's good. The croissant, soft, tender. It might be $15, but it's worth it. Well, I always get anxiety right before flights. And it's it's going to be bumpy because it's so cloudy. That's hitting right. That's hitting way right. Everything's Qatar. Everything's Qatar. It's like, shut up. All that's projection because everything they post about is Israel first. And so the fact they can't see the hypocrisy. I don't know. I don't know what to say or do. I see some of you guys want to interact with this tweet. Thank you. Thank you. I just retweeted it so it's on the top of my feed. Or maybe I should make that my pin tweet. I might. We'll see how much drama it causes. I'm sure they're going to do a podcast about the party last night. I'm sure. Okay, who sees, you know how Burger King is doing a collab now with SpongeBob? Wendy's did one last year, and it was their biggest limited time offer they ever ran. And then, less than a year later, they sold the rights to Wendy's. I mean, this Wendy's, whatever. The SpongeBob is now Burger King. But there's like people online arguing, big Wendy's fans that are also SpongeBob fans that are mad that they're not doing the collaboration. I think it's just interesting that it was like a really successful collaboration when Wendy's didn't try to do it again, but maybe they wanted too much money or something. I mean, it makes sense. I watched SpongeBob. I saw SpongeBob, but like it makes sense that a burger place would do something with SpongeBob. What do you guys do? Oh, I see Lila in the chat. What's up, Lila? Yeah, I'm on the intermittent fasting diet. I know today I'm eating. Tomorrow I'm going to have to fast. I'm going back to Dallas right now, Lila. I'm in Nashville. Oh, Lila, you got to go interact this tweet. You're trying to cancel me for this tweet because I'm there with Candace. And there's a bunch of other pictures I didn't post. Shoot. Oh, Nick Fuentes is going on Crowder show. We'll see what that's all about. I was with Jason last night, Jason Whitlock. Man, Whitlock's the man. Whitlock is the freaking man. Whitlock's so funny. He was posting pictures too to piss people off. Oh, we see Nick the gun guy in the chat. We love you, Nick. Oh, Nick, you're gonna like Lila. Listen, what you, and I wouldn't even say like Lila's a little person. She's not. She uses the M word, but I feel like she's just really short. She's not like a little person, even though technically I think she is. But you would think Lila's 6 feet tall, really. Yeah, I mean, how do I honestly feel about Nick? I think the more they try to cancel Nick, the bigger he's getting, and so you can't really deny Nick. And a lot of what he says is right, and they're mad because he says some bad words. But I'm a First Amendment free speech absolutist, so none of that stuff bugs me. So I like that he's pushing the boundaries personally. I am tall in real life. I am almost 6'4". Yeah, Scott Starboard's the man. Everybody needs to go subscribe to Scott's channel. No, I'm meeting Burger King. I'll be back in Dallas this afternoon. My flight doesn't keep on getting delayed. Lila has a funny story about somebody taking a pic with. Probably Brendan Schaub. I need to post my Theo pictures. That'll piss people off. Yeah, let's add some more. Let's add some more. All the legends and stuff. This other picture. Dave's the man, Dave Ramsey. We gotta put some more. We're having a little fun on Twitter. Let's be honest, we're having a little fun. We're having a little fun. We're having a little fun here. I'm just laughing at some of the comments. Just honestly, I think it's funny when people kind of talk shit on Twitter. Like, I don't like when they talk shit when it is something you're kind of wrong about, but I mean, going to a Christmas party with, you know, with a bunch of friends, I mean, whatever, they're gonna make fun of me for that. If it was a bris, they would have been all about it. Damn, prime time and Dave Ramsey, dog. You can get your ass out of credit card debt. Feliz Navidad, bitches. Checkmate. Check. Fucking mate on your debt. Dave Ramsey gave me freaking advice that he charges a lot of money for. I got free last night. So.
I'm here to solve the problem. It's not overbeing shit on
Bro, I just ate a deep fried dog. I don't think so. I don't think so. Oh, shoot. I sound like I smoke Camel cigarettes. I'm just trying to talk like a little respectfully so I don't get totally 86 from this airport before the flight. And no, I didn't just eat a deep fried dog. Would I feed my baby deep fried baby food? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, can they not have fried food? I don't know. I didn't know babies can't have water. Did you know that? When babies are born, they can't have water. They can only have breast milk. Which I knew that they had breast milk, but I figured you give a baby water. No. That's my luck. I'm gonna get a baby. It looks thirsty. Give him a bunch of water, and then yeah, I know they do need to teach that in school. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they literally, if you did that, the baby would have serious complications for giving a baby water. I didn't know. I didn't give a baby water, but I just thought you could. I learned that, but it was crazy. Yeah, see, red pill politics new. I didn't know this till recently. Giving babies water is how they end up addicted to it. Maybe. You know, I think there's been a couple instances, but they had like this water chugging contest at SMU. They were making the pledges like they're doing as a hazing thing. The kid drank too much water. He died. And that was like a big deal at SMU when I was in middle school or high school. And then there's also a woman that was trying to a radio contest where they had to drink a bunch of water. And she was trying to win her son an Xbox and drank so much water she died. Yeah. It's sad. Who knew water could be so dangerous? Well, I guess it can be dangerous. You can drown. So, water's dangerous. Let's see. Look at Donald. I love Donald's watching. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Donald, for interacting with the tweet. Donald's a man. I am Lakeland. Everyone needs to go follow I am Lakeland. A lot of people are going to be freaking talking about this damn Christmas party for years. Well, maybe just a year till next year's.
Yeah, the two trades he had, pushed it down, so I was right down on the deal. The one that was red in, I need red for the sandwich and the
Let's see.
right there. That was it. So I had to push it back down.
Trace Gallagher is so funny on Fox News. Like, all he does is just have like women on his show. Whenever he books for his show, always some new girls on his deal. And me being by the window is not good because I'm backlit, but I smash my strong. I'm excited though. Naples, I'll be in there with my buddy Conservative AM. I'm just laughing reading these comments. Look at this. Tucker's destroying the Republican Party. Have fun with President AOC. Listen, AOC might be a liberal freak. She probably has more integrity than a lot of the conservative politicians because she actually believes her bullshit. And a lot of the people on the right, they don't. So I don't want a President AOC, but like I said, like I think she says it and means it. Somebody asked me what the biggest problem in today's society is. I mean, if we want to get real, probably like a class struggle. There's no middle class. Like if there was a middle class and people could like afford to go to school and not have major debt and didn't have to compete with like billions of Indians to steal their job, like and they could just have a decent life, yeah, the world would be a better place. And people could afford to buy a home. Yeah, that's our biggest problem. So we don't have a middle class anymore. You're either like wealthy or you're barely making it, and that's how the majority of people are, barely making it, and that's not how life should be. So yeah, I would say we're having a class struggle where they're just like deleting us. They don't want us to have anything. And that's why the birth rate's going down, because people can't afford to have kids. And even the ones that can afford to have kids, like, it's just, they make it so hard to, not to be successful, because if you work hard, you can be successful, but they just make it hard. It's just hard. Colby Covington was cool last night. He was cool. These clips make me laugh. the stupid stuff on Twitter. That's not good. Let's see. I know the stream's been kind of boring, guys, but you know we're traveling right now. You guys got to give me a little grace. Dude, we were really out there last night. We were out here, as they say. We was really out here. Oh, $50 super chat. Wow, look at this. Oh, I didn't see this. Dude, thank you so much for quartering. Wow, $50. Hey, Fatso, why don't you come out to Wisconsin for a visit? We'll get some good footage. I know, I do need to come out to Wisconsin. I do need to. He's obviously calling me Fatso because I'm skinny mini now. Not really. No, I'm gonna get there though. No, I do need to come out there. I like Jeremy. Jeremy, thank you for the 50. I mean that. We do need to come out there. Somebody said Dan Crenshaw's in the chat. $50. That paid for my breakfast. Jeremy, this Burger King was freaking $15. You know, and I know Jeremy, and I haven't heard him talk about this, but I know Jeremy well enough to know that I'm sure he appreciated when fast food was cheap. I sure as hell do. That damn dollar menu, I used to love the dollar McDouble. Like when it was $1 and it was a big ass burger, I used to eat those every day in college. Like literally, not every single day, but every other day. And go to McDonald's for $5 and just get a whole mess of damn McDoubles. I gotta find it. I don't think we filmed it, we took pictures, but I tried to eat 20 McDoubles in one sitting, and I ate over 10, and I went outside in the McDonald's and threw up everywhere. Those McDoubles were face to hit. So good. Then inflation. Now what does a McDouble cost? What does a McDouble cost? I'm just getting, looking at and I have my notifications off, so it's weird how some notifications do get pushed because people are interacting with that tweet. They're all mad. Is that the White Power Hour in Nashville? All these people loved Tucker when Tucker was on top and when he was saying what Fox News allowed him to say. But now that he's speaking freely and unapologetically, they're all mad. Come on. And first of all, if the Conservative Party can be torn down by Tucker Carlson, then it's not a strong enough party. I mean, if the whole movement can be shut down by one guy, then the movement's not that strong, right? Because the movement's bigger than one big person. I think we kind of saw the writing on the wall, though, knowing that Trump is not going to be president in 3 years, and there's going to be a huge power vacuum for, like, the leader of the conservative movement. And the fact that I guess these people are, like, doing whatever they can to pump up Ted Cruz, who nobody likes. Dan Crenshaw, they like Dan Crenshaw too now. How do they not realize? Like, they're putting up the most unlikable people. Yeah, Tucker is doing incredible work. And Tucker's friends tight with JD Vance. So JD Vance is looking like he's the front runner for 2026 or 2028, excuse me. And Tucker's friends with him, so I don't think Tucker's going to be going anywhere. And you know what? Once again, I love my Jewish brothers and sisters, but we should be able to criticize some of Israel's decisions in the Middle East. I'm sorry. We should be talking about that. But instead they want to talk about if you say that, you're an anti-Semite and you're ruining a movement and you're collapsing a country and you love AOC and you're a socialist and you're a Nazi. I mean, dude, no. Because I'm criticizing a foreign country making decisions that are costing people their lives. so stupid. So dumb. And what's funny is like most like Jewish people are secular and probably apathetic to Israel. There's obviously a lot that support it, but I would say there's a reason Mamdani won in New York is he got a lot of Jewish people to vote for him. So all those people are like, oh, he's the biggest threat. Then why did all of your brethren and sistren, I don't know if sistren's a thing, why did they all vote for Mamdani? Is it because they're liberal and they're always going to be liberal and they're always going to donate to liberal causes? And maybe they're the ones trying to astroturf that now all the Israel First people are MAGA conservatives now. Or maybe that's because all of the pro-Palestine people on the left have kind of boxed the pro-Israel people out. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying, so a lot of the Israel people are politically homeless, and they're the ones that are trying to dictate who's in charge of the movement, who can be in the movement. It's like, y'all weren't even in the movement. Y'all aren't even really in the movement. Ben Shapiro, and Ben Shapiro's telling people to get vaccinated and all this stuff, so he's basically a leftist. And they're going to come in and go back, well, Tucker Carlson's tearing down the conservative movement. No, bitch. No, you're tearing it down because you're not even a part of it. And you're LARPing like you are. You know, I don't even want to be a part. Like, if the movement is going to be all about gatekeeping and all about purity tests, and I don't even want to be a part of it. I don't even want to be a part of it. I'm so happy we got that $50 super chat. Damn, that almost paid for my Southwest flight. Jeremy's rich. Go get some coffee brand coffee. Jeremy's always like, not on my streams. Sometimes he does pop on my streams, but I gotta give it to him. He's another guy that freaking grinds. He's always streaming, always doing this. That's why he's successful. You gotta be like that. Well, the reason why I like get flustered, I'm like, damn, I gotta amp it up. I see guys like that, I'm like, I need to be doing more. Yeah, whoever said Aaron Amolte is God, like, he's not the God, but he's like right underneath him. Right underneath. Aaron Amolte, #1 legend. I would say, and I say this unironically, Steel Toe Joe Aaron Amolte is the best broadcaster in the state of Minnesota. And I mean that. I mean, I'm sure there's like some like DJ that's famous in Minnesota or whatever, but let's get them both on a mic. We'll let the audience be the judge. I mean, Aaron has done some crazy stuff in his personal life, but he likes to talk. And he's funny. I laugh at him. I mean, there's a whole cottage industry of people reacting to him. So it's like the same thing with Mersh. Like all the people that make anti-Mersh content, you all love Mersh. We all like Mersh. Mersh is likable. He's funny. You know, is his personal life the best? No, but that's kind of why he's cool too. He doesn't have some buttoned-up personal life. He's kind of a mess. I think he would describe himself sometimes, and people like that. I mean, I'm a mess sometimes, so. Yeah, so all the people that make the reaction content are hating the people, you secretly like something about the person. You wouldn't be able to watch that many hours of their content if you really hate it. Like I'm trying to think of a show that I don't like that comes on. You immediately change it. I'm not like watching the Golden Girls to hate watch it or something. I mean, I'm not watching The Notebook to hate watch it. Not that I watch that movie. I can't think of a movie that I don't like that I've seen, but. Dude, Karmic X has nothing on Aaron Amolte. We need to get a broadcast contest with those two. Nothing. Dude, Karmic is funny. I like Karmic. Aaron Amolte is the greatest broadcaster in Minnesota State history. Okay? He took a small, low wattage FM station and brought them to the 7th most viewed radio station in his county. Okay? Karmic's not doing that. Karmic's not going on a low wattage FM station and taking them to number 7. So. Mersh, yeah, I know. Mersh doesn't like Tim. I don't know why. we were arguing about Tim because I'm on Tim's side with Mersh. And there's fair criticism of Tim. There's fair criticism of me. I mean, like, I can see, like, if he gave me some fair criticism, but it was just like, if I remember right, Mersh was like making fun of his beanie, and I don't care about his, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't think that was a good diss. Well, I'm going to go see Cassidy, hopefully in February. I'll be in Salt Lake City, so that'll be good. No, I liked him. And I'm not just saying that because he's my friend. Like, I like his politics too. I like that he's not, you know. I think he does try to be, you know, not. I think he tries to be bipartisan on some stuff, which I can respect because, once again, most people are populists. We kind of want, you know, what the people want. And I think Tim is a populist, and I'm a populist, and so I like Tim. Mersh doesn't, but Mersh is funny. So Mersh can say whatever he wants about Tim. I'll laugh probably, but once again, I got Tim's back. But I forget why Mersh didn't like him. That's what I'm trying to remember. I forget like what he didn't really have many complaints, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, see, I liked him. I see people in the chat and they're having Tim's back. I liked him a lot. So, and I get it. Like Tim on his podcast does talk shit, so you know that rubs people the wrong way. But in real life, he's actually he still talks a little shit in real life, but not. He's really laid back and nice. Like if you on the show, you can seem like he's like intense. He's really like when he's not on his show, he's like really laid back. He just wants to like chill. But Tim does like coming up with ideas, so he loves like thinking of new ideas. Which I know that's kind of vague, but like new business ideas, new strategies. He's all about that. Yeah, I might have to vote for my favorite big booty Latina, AOC. That's what they're saying. That's what people are saying. People are saying because Tucker had a Christmas party that AOC is going to win now. People are unironically tweeting that. I'm just laughing. People are like, why is Candace Owens there? She's under attack. Blah, blah, blah. Shut up. There was so much security there. There's literally, like I said, more than just the 20 guys, but like 20 guys at the party. And every section of the party, there was security. And then there was a security outside, like regular guys, like, you know, from like a security company. But there was at least 20 dudes in, you know, whatever plain clothes. This is weird. Wow. Members of the Lev Tahor, I guess this is like an Orthodox Jewish thing, were just expelled from Colombia after being found with 17 trafficked children, and 5 of the children were being sought by Interpol. And they all just got safely extradited to America. How in the hell is that even possible? What? So a total of 27 children were rescued in Colombia or turned over to the American CPS. Oh my gosh. This is not good. That is not good. That is not good at all. Wow. How's that not a bigger story? I'm pulling up the Nick Fuentes and Crowder art. We're about to have to go to the plane. Let's see.
I don't think that's extreme. And Ben didn't seem all too bothered by it. But I also invited him to be on the show, and he was going to, and he disappeared. But I just saw him on with Don Lemon and David Pakman, so I guess they're not so abhorrent.
That's interesting. So he agreed to come on, but then he canceled?
Yeah, it was just sort of informal, you know, by text, and then I just haven't heard back from him. He's been on the show many times, so I'll give you credit, Nick. Candace, Tucker, Ben, Mark, everyone invited on. You're the only one with the balls to show up. I have to give you kudos for that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate, even though you didn't call me out, I saw the clip.
Well, because I knew you would show up. You're like the candy man. I say your name 3 times. You can't show up. No, but we did reach out. I said we didn't want to because we didn't want it to be a conflict. We had already communicated, or my producer had, and I didn't want to call you out as though you were ducking. Those other people have been ducking.
I'll be banned from CPAC.
Have problems with certain ideas, and you do have disagreement. And I want them to make up their own mind and be able to contrast it. So I asked that we're able to do that. I will also say, hey, look, I do want to thank you because, you know, I've been subject to some concerted hit pieces myself, and you didn't join in on the dog pile, and I do appreciate that.
Yeah, gotta stand up for a guy. You know, it's bros before hoes.
Oh,
so,
yes.
so I'm with you.
No, I don't so much appreciate you implying that, you know, I'm bringing talking points from BlackRock or the Israel lobby, considering I've been sued by BlackRock, and even Rumble had to fight back. So I think let's just make sure we take each other's opinions at face value. I don't...
Where's my thing? All right, we gotta go. We probably gotta start walking to the gate. Find my boarding pass. All right. We got 27 minutes till boarding. 27 minutes till boarding. Should we go back and listen to? Oh shit. Traveling, so this is not fun. It ain't very fun. Okay, I think I already got it to my Apple Watch. Okay. Let's see. What am I looking for? Oh, where's that? Where's that interview?
Shoes were not mischaracterized. A lot of people watching. This is the last kind of ground rule like that. But here's how I kind of also, it was a little bit of a mind trick, so you'll appreciate this. It was nothing super. I said, okay, everyone who agrees with me, you know, you line up on this side of the auditorium, 2,500 seats. Everyone who disagrees here, we're going to go 1 and 1. And I saw all the correctors line up, and they were supposed to go in a sequence, like private to general. The last second before we go, oh, we have to change something in the venue, and we swapped the lines so that the wrong guy went first. And I remember in your groups back then, or whatever the group, or the Facebook group, one of them said, did you see I asked a question last night? And they were like, you are a stuttering, disgraceful fool. You are not amongst us. And they booted him. They drug him out of the court, and then I was on the left.
Remember, we had generals. We didn't have, maybe they did that on their own. We had generals, and it was sort of tongue-in-cheek. You know, we were a little ironic about it, but no, but I remember the tricks you guys were pulling. That was pretty, you know, that was pretty clever. I'll give you that. It was pretty clever. That was a good counteroffensive. You were tricking, and we were tricking, and the truth is, yes. Fun stuff. All right. America first. I identify as a conservative.
as a nationalist, I wear that since it became a pejorative. Like, I thought that was sort of the default thing for America. So you wouldn't hear me saying nationalist until people were like, nationalist means you're a supremacist. I'm like, well, okay, well then I'm a nationalist. Now I have to claim it because of course I want America to do best. Since you, I know, are very clearly America first, let me ask you, what do you love most about America?
I love that we're a superpower. I love that because I really do believe that, you know, when you look at the history of Western civilization, I love the idea of an empire. I love the idea of the Roman Empire, Spanish Empire, British Empire. And I love the idea that we just have this crazy productive capacity that, you know, it's a huge population, huge resources.
All right. Well, I know everybody's watching that right now. Let's see. It is kind of funny how there's like how the drama surrounding Crowder now. I'm about to get out of gate. Oh my gosh, hey my boy. Oh my gosh. Oh, you know what I thought was interesting? You know who Buckley Carlson thinks Owen Benjamin's funny? I think Owen Benjamin's really funny. That was funny. Owen Benjamin came up last night with Buckley. Buckley said he thought he was funny. All positive for Owen. They liked him. Buckley did. Owen wasn't there, but Buckley was talking about how I think Owen teased him, but then it was all, you know, it was all good. He liked it. It wasn't like a mean tease. I think it was just, I don't know. Owen's, when he goes on his rants, like, I can see why people are like, oh, he's crazy, but I think that he's doing that. It's performative. He's not, he's actually maybe a little crazy. We all are a little bit, but, you know, he's not, he didn't take a gummy and go insane. That's stupid. Wow. Oh my gosh, now people are posting, look, they're posting our picture and they're putting a French assassin. That's kind of funny. Okay, let's see how many people are watching. I know Alex Rosen is the man. Alex Rosen is the man. I agree, and Alex Rosen is another guy that's not like, you know, he's willing to call out conservatives, but not like the woke right, lame. You know, he calls out their hypocrisy. He doesn't call them out for being a foreign agent or whatever. I love Alex Rosen. Alright guys, we're going on 11 hours. I think we're going to end the stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. You guys have been great. Love the $50 super chat. We love the $50 super chat. Everybody go like that. Jeremy, thank you again. But yeah, well, I'm at the airport. We're getting the heck out of here. We're going to Dallas. On our way, folks. We got our BK, gotta throw away. Well, we gotta go to C25. Let's think there's some trash can right here. Yes, guys, that was a fun stream. We did 11 hours.
Attention all passengers, if you left a green
So I think we're gonna end the stream because we're about to board the plane. So I love you guys. Thank you. Did I miss any super chats or anything? Let me say goodbye before. Let's see. No, I don't think we missed anything. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Rebecca. I don't know if we can really necessarily keep it going. I mean, it's, you know, they're not gonna let us on the plane. I guess I could hold the phone in my hand. I mean, theoretically, I could. See, this is what Nashville's good. It's like everything's like a party here. There's so many damn bachelorette parties and stuff. Everything is a party in this city. It's fun though. Nashville is fun. Even though we were in Franklin, it was last night. Like I was so sad the party was over. I was bummed. I was like, "What? I don't want to go home." It's like everywhere you turn, you're like some, you know, cool person is right there. I don't know. I'm happy that I got invited, and I'm happy that potentially Alp and Primetime Alex Stein about to have a big collab. I mean, oh, that's kind of scary sounding. Okay, I think my gate shoot all the way over here. I don't. Oh shoot, there's an ambulance. Oh, that's why. That's the air ambulance. That's not good. That's towards our gate. Let's go see. We gotta see. Oh shoot, it's right here. Should we get some more food? Shake Shack? Should I get some Shake Shack? I actually like Shake Shack. They have a veggie burger there. I get all the time. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like the black bean patty from Chili's. It's probably my favorite if I had to go. You guys get food? Damn photo shoot going on over here.
Did you grab your wallet?
And we're all the way at the end. Yeah, I think we're about to end the stream because, like I said, we board in 15 minutes. Yeah, you were raised a vegetarian and you still turned out tall. So, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. We did it. We did a 10-hour stream. And even though we slept for 9 hours of it, basically, at least we got it done. At least we got it done. Now it's like even getting more packed. Maybe I can put my bag over here. You're not supposed to leave your bag on that's ended. C-23. It's packed. It is packed over here. We're back. I don't even know where I should say it. The service is horrible. That's what I'm saying. I'm vegetarian, not vegan, so I do eat eggs and cheese. I eat eggs for like every meal. Yeah, morally, health-wise, I should eat meat, but I stopped eating before the I was a vegetarian before the pandemic. Yeah, it's crazy. What's crazy is the other day I had a dream. I was eating a steak in my dream, but the steak wasn't even good. It was so funny. The steak was tough and gross. I had a dream, like recently, where I'm eating a steak and it wasn't like gross. It wasn't good. It was tough. And in the dream I was vegetarian. I was like, I forget why I had to eat it. I had to eat it. It's like, that's how much I don't like meat. I have nightmare. And it's just because I watched all those documentaries, Game Changers, and all those like vegetarian documentaries. So that kind of radicalized me. And then I started watching even like more stuff about factory farming and more stuff about like slaughterhouses. And I was like, because when you eat the adrenalized blood, you're getting that low vibrational energy. I mean, you can like kind of just tune it out, but there's something low vibrational about meat. I know you're gonna be like, oh, it's high vibration. It's high vibrational if like you're hunting a deer, you're eating like venison. Like there is some meat that can be high vibration, for sure. But like the McDonald's burger has meat fragments from over 1,000 different cows in one patty. So that's very low vibration. 1,000 cows that would die for you to have that $4 McDouble. That's low vibration. But like farm raised, you have a cow and your family has, you know what I mean? There's a way to eat meat where it's high vibration. Oh, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you, RGA Lunas. High IQ in the chat. Yeah, I do love animals. Well, this is the thing is, and I'm not like a vegetarian activist by any means, but this is what I would encourage people to do. Try this for a week. Eat meat, but only eat meat for one meal of your day. And it'll just help your digestion. So like, either eat meat for dinner, have meat, like for other meals, you don't have meat. And it doesn't mean you have to have salad. There's all kinds of unhealthy, delicious stuff that doesn't have meat in it. But try it where you just have meat one time a day. It's really for your digestion. It's good for your digestion.
Around here.
Yeah, fish is what I miss the most. Game Changers was on Netflix. That was a good one. That one definitely changed my mind. What is it? Forks Over Knives, I think, was a good one too. And then I watched a bunch, like on YouTube, of non-mainstream ones.
Attention passengers. Carrying firearms through a TSA screening checkpoint at an airport is prohibited by federal law and regulations.
You do have some issues with because people are like, oh, you do carnivore. No, it's harder for your body to digest meat than it's carbohydrates. I do agree that if you do carnivore and you don't have carbs, you always open. But it just takes longer for meat to digest. So if you only have it one time during the day, and you wait till the next day to eat that meat again, it's just better for your digestion. Yeah, Panda Express is very low vibrational, and I love it. But that orange chicken, we don't even know if it's chicken. It's probably just like an emulsifier. As we said, I love animals. That's why I eat them, I guess. But if people had to kill their own animals to eat it, there'd be a lot more vegetarians. Yeah, don't eat a lot right before bed too. That's true. But that's like when I'm hungriest for some reason. Yeah, I eat eggs every day. I eat eggs every day. So I couldn't survive without eggs. LSU in the chat. LSU in the chat. Lane Kiffin coming to Dallas. Let's see. Yeah, somebody asked you more about Chad. Somebody going to Mercer's house. Yeah, and I loved it. And Quadfather's the one that called the cops. I'm on Mercer's side and all that, but I still think it's funny that Chad's like, and Chad is so scared though. He's still not on the same side of the street and like 2 houses over or whatever. It's like a few houses over. He's like, that's Mercer's house over there, and it's like 200 yards away. I do though contest, like Chad looks like he's kind of like a thick guy, but he's really small. So I think Mersh would probably win. Yeah, I know a guy who works at Animal Feed Plant. He doesn't let his wife buy store-bought chicken. I know there's chickens. They put all kinds of hormones in this chicken, and then we eat all this hormone. That's why everybody's, you know, so microplastic infected. What's up, Cat and Cam? I appreciate you being a supporter. Thank you. Thank you. Mersh reported Quadfather? Wait, so Quadfather was trying to help Mersh, and then Mersh. I don't think that doesn't make sense. What's up, Phantom Bree? I'm happy you're having a good lunch. Yeah, I'm surprised. I think because I have this selfie stick, people think it's weird. You know, it is weird. It's almost time. It's almost over. Thank you guys for joining me this morning. Oh, Quadfather is trying to get Mersh in trouble? That's Quadfather. Talk about drama. That's all Quadfather. He's a drama queen of the Dabblerverse. Like, he's sitting there, not involved at all, but somehow getting involved. I don't even know where Quadfather's based out of, but like, he's not in Tampa, and he's calling it Tampa police. It's too funny. It's too funny.
Attention on the golf course. If you dispatch security and your toddler is missing his jacket, please go back to identifying claims.
Do I think Alf is the best pouch health-wise? I mean, yeah. But I wouldn't exactly call it healthy. I mean, I would say it's less harmful than cigarettes or vaping. But I don't know if healthy is the right word. Or we're losing power. Thank you for the thumbs up, guys.
This will serve as a final boarding call for American Airlines Flight 2468, service to Dallas Fort Worth at gate C18. All ticketed and confirmed passengers, please stay clear to the boarding area marked C18 for immediate boarding.
What? C18? How is the flight to Dallas just now going now? C18. Oh, so my flight, so that's the flight after mine, because my plane got delayed. I'm leaving later than, that's crazy. I should have hopped on this one. It's probably, well, I'm C25, so I guess no point. That's annoying though. The flight. This is so annoying. So annoying. Should have tried to get on C-18. That flight's literally boarding. It's gonna be on time. And my flight's not. It's insane. Is everybody watching the Crowder interview right now? Let's check in on it. Let's see. Thank you, RGA Lunas. I don't know why the heck. I should have looked and saw that this flight was going earlier. I could have flown standby in there. Earlier one, because this flight's not going to leave for another 30, 40 minutes. Ugh. Yeah, I'm out of Tennessee. Thank you, RGA Lunas. I appreciate that. Women can't drive. That myth is busted already. Yeah, I love diversity is the number one thing I think about when I think about air travel. It is a little dangerous, but I'm not like a hero or anything like that. Like those guys that are accept ill and act like they're heroes. I appreciate that, but I mean, I'm just like a crazy guy with a camera phone. Not even a proper camera. My service just sucks. Twitter's not letting me. People are getting in line to board. The New York Times is suing the DOD or the DOW, Department of War. I was bummed Alex Jones was supposed to be there. He didn't show up.
American Airlines is paging passenger Jones. If you are in the concourse, please report to C-18. Passenger Jeanette. Oh, Jones.
Ben Shapiro's complaining about X. Of course, he wants censorship on X. Another leftist deal. We're still getting off the damn plane. I'm mad that plane's going to get in like 45 minutes before ours. I should have tried to fly standby on that. If I was paying attention instead of talking to you guys, I blame you all. Yeah, I'm sure people are looking at me rude. I'm at the airport with a selfie stick. I look insane. I look absolutely insane. Guys, you know, we gotta do a December Vlogmas. So I know we're gonna have to do some sleep streams. We're gonna do some airport streams. We're just gonna have to. We're doing a Vlogmas live Christmas extravaganza this month. So you guys get to see a peek into the comeback of Primetime Alex Stein. And the comeback will be big. It'll be bigger than the come up. The comeback will be bigger than the come up. Anyway, I gotta go get in line. I don't know if they start. They're still getting off, so it's gonna take a minute. And it's so cloudy. The flight's gonna be so bumpy. I'm so anxious about that. Oh, thank you. You're getting me silver iodine for Christmas. Is that the stuff? What is it? That's not the stuff they're spraying in the sky. Rainmaker guy. They do like.
Alright, for those of you guys who go to Washington, D.C. today on Southwest Flight 1048, your plane's in range and should be here shortly.
Attention to the concourse. This is a final boarding call from American Airlines flight. Delayed Dallas service, flight 1504. The gate C16. All ticket and return passengers must be on board at this time. Once again, final boarding call for the delayed Dallas flight 1504. Service to Charlie 16. All ticket and return passengers must be on board at this time.
So there's 3 Dallas flights leaving at the same time. There's 3. There's C18, C16, and C25. The chemtrails are real. They are real. They're really bad. Darius was funny. Oh wow. Abandon all Simps. I opened your eyes over the past year. Well, and my city council has been a big hit. Thank you. I appreciate that. Abandon all Simps. Thank you. Oh, shout out from Ecuador. I love my Ecuadorians. Love that. All right, I'm about to have to go get in line. Ridiculous.
Please maintain control of your personal belongings at all times. Unattended baggage is subject to search, inspection, and removal. Thank you.
I think it's about to start boarding. I think. You guys gonna go swimming today? Yeah, we'll see. Oh, that's a long chat. What does that say? Like something about big booty Latinas. I can't. I got that gold in my mouth. A bunch of gold teeth. Let's see. I have skied. I'm not a big skier or snowboarder. I don't ski or snowboard a lot. No. No, and I've not been to Canada. I need to go to Canada. And I can already tell our flight on Southwest is jam-packed. You can just tell. Let's see. Haven't been to Alaska either, or Hawaii. You guys know I'm a pimp on a blimp, you know. And there's been a lot of guys in the chat, you know, saying sus stuff, being very suspect. But that's the world we live in. A lot of suspects. Oh crap, with it, boy. Sorry. A25. About to board. Yeah, I was mad Alex Jones wasn't there. Yeah, we gotta get I gotta get a Christmas tree up. The cats go crazy if I get a Christmas tree. I have to get a fake one. They'll probably pee on a real one. They'll probably pee on a fake one, to be honest. Cats are crazy. The seats aren't that. I mean, on Spirit the seats are bad, but on Southwest they're not. They're not bad. Sank, Shank. Yeah, I love cats. I love cats.
Hey, 1 to number 30, welcome at this time.
Yeah, she messaged me. I talked to them and I was like, okay, good. Yeah, so I knew.
I'm 24. Okay, cool. Right behind you.
Yeah.
Why did Crowder turn off comments? I'm surprised. Thank you. About to board. Got my headphones. Yeah, good. The noise canceling headphones do make the flight better. Especially if you're sitting like near the wings or the engines, it's even a little less. This is a good love. This is good. Oh, it's cold. That is freezing. Let's see right there. It's cold in here.
Yeah. I just reloaded everything.
Yes.
Both doors.
Front row, Joe. You know you gotta have the front row seat. It is the best. Is the leg room. Love you too. Thank you, Dancing and Rodriguez. I know I need to go out to Portland. Kind of. I do. This has been an exciting morning. You guys get to see the exciting life of primetime Alex Stein. Southwest Airlines front row. When you're a celeb, they just let you sit here. I like Tommy Boy. I need to go out to. I need to go. He really lays it on thick. Those protesters. I don't even know what you want to call them. No, I need to meet Tommy. I gotta go check on my boy Matt Adams. I need to go to Seattle as well. Yeah. Well, my phone might die, so we got a little more time left. Weather. It's gonna be bumpy. I will be going to San Antonio. I need to go soon. I can't even keep up with what you guys are saying in the chat. I know it's gonna be turbulent. It's gonna be horrible. Yes. I love it. That's aboard a plane. Yeah, the Real America's Voice deal is basically done. I gotta go over. I mean, I'm not going to be negotiating a lot either. I'm just going to basically accept the deal. Yes. We're still going. We're still going. I think we started last night at like 11. You guys want me to go to Antarctica? Yeah, I know. Boy on Bus, I have. I need to post the college stuff. Actually, I just got a link to my buddy AJ. Just sent me a link to the Arizona one, so I'll cut some clips from that today. Yeah, the crazy plane lady. She can't fly an American, but that would be so funny to go on a flight with Tiffany Gomez. Thank you. Yeah, I do need to be Alex Jones's level. I did not pass gas last night. It's impossible. Somebody needs to go and clip that. Me passing gas. Now that would go viral.
Love you, Dad.
Well, I'm about to go. I do need to tell you guys I love you. We're about to take off. I'll hang out for a little bit longer. I still think that clip would be funny. Love you guys. Get some rest. Yeah, that's where we're going. We're on our way to Tel Aviv. We're connecting in Dallas. In Dallas, we go straight to Tel Aviv from there. We should start making content. We should just start debating. Modern day debate will get you on there. Always looking for debaters.
Oh.
Debating helped me well, and then Destiny gave me a permaban. That kind of hurt my debating stuff because there's all these group debates. You would like, oh, I don't want Alex Stein part of it, so that could be bigger in the debate space. I mean, that's not. It's not. I don't want to make like debating my only thing, but it's a good way to break into making content.
You want to put it in you want to just cook it on the stove? You're going to be home, just cook it on the stove.
Oh, congrats, you're done with classes. You got to take those finals and you're done. That's a good feeling. I used to love a feeling when I get my grades back. When I get my grades back, and it would be, I'd have, B's and C's. I was happy I didn't get any D's. Maybe I had an A in there, or, sprinkled in. Oh, somebody's being serious or that bad of an alcoholic. I hate it because it's a bad cycle because then you feel bad from drinking the night before, so you drink to kind of get rid of the hangover. It's not good. It's not good. Yeah, definitely want to focus more on comedy. I want to focus more on calling out politicians. I need to go freaking, call them out. A's and B's. Good job. Yeah, it's hard to overcome it. It really is. Yeah, I might run for mayor. No, I'm kidding. I don't really think I want to be a politician. Like, I kind of did it when I first started getting content, but then after you meet all these politicians, their lives are, like, horrible. Not that my life is that great, but it just puts a target on your back, your family gets attacked, and yeah, you do have power, but honestly, I don't even, want a bunch of power. No. I'd like to be powerful, but I don't need, too much power. When people ask me what do I do, I usually just tell them I'm in the car business.
Service to Dallas. Your flight attendants are Terry, Brenda, and Stacy. And additionally, my name is Michaela. I'm here for my OE flight, so wish me good luck.
My neck looks so bad. My skin needs to get tighter. I'm losing weight, I think. That's not good. Your skin will tighten up, though.
Police officers are following safety-related items to be prepared for departure. Small portable electronic devices, such as cell phones and tablets, must be stowed for takeoff and landing.
I like George Santos.
All right.
Yeah, well, I didn't see a lot of bachelorette party girls, but it is Thursday. Well, you think they'd be flying in tonight? I didn't see a bunch. But this is the bachelorette party capital of the world.
Anything more than 2 pounds must be stowed in front of you.
Yeah, Trump gave education back to the state. I mean, that is good, but I still don't even trust the states can teach these kids to read because all the social emotional learning.
You do not meet all the selection criteria on the card or unable to perform the functions or believe that performing these functions may cause you harm. Please let a flight attendant know so we may reseat you.
Yeah, politician on a mission doesn't have the same ring as Pimp on a Blimp. You're so funny, Phantom Bree.
Securely fastened.
I do need to gain some muscle.
Seatbacks and tray tables in their full upright and locked position.
It really does not look good.
And all your carry-on items.
That's a vein right there.
The seat in front of you.
I know. Greg needs to have me on. Greg just followed me on Twitter. Yeah. He followed me on Twitter, but
if you are charging electronic devices, keep those inside invisible at all times. Please notify your flight attendant if there are signs of overheating. At this time, please fasten your seatbelt, bring your tray tables up in the full upright and locked position, and I'll carry on stowed. As soon as we get all our paperwork done and everyone is seated, we'll get you guys on your way. Welcome aboard.
No, just it would just be 2. Okay. The trainer's gonna sit here because we're doing like a musical chair. Okay. I have to take off up here to do sit here during the live while she works. Oh, that's good. She can't take off her. Yeah. A little bit of all that. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of crazy. Okay. Yeah. No, you're fine there. Good deal.
Cabin secure.
I didn't know why she was walking this way. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, good.
Well, folks, good afternoon. On behalf of the 3 guys up front in the cockpit, welcome aboard our Southwest Flight 1017, service to our home base, Dallas Love. Should be underway shortly. Due to the headwinds up there in the upper atmosphere, the flight coming in from Boston, it took 30 minutes longer than it usually should. So that's why this airplane's late. We'll have some headwinds, but they won't be that bad. Once airborne, flight time 1 hour and 51 minutes. Annie, thank you for joining us. Welcome aboard.
The forward entry door has been closed. Go ahead and power down all of those electronic devices and make sure that they are in airplane mode. Flight attendants, arm and cross check doors.
okay. I'll see you guys in Dallas. Love you guys. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Afterwards are cross check up plate, cabin secure.
That's it. About to go to Dallas. Love you guys. Let's see if there's the weather. There's headwinds. I'm not excited about that.
could have your attention for just a moment, we'd like to point out the safety features of our Boeing 737-700. A safety information card is in the seat back or literature pocket in front of you. To fasten your seatbelt, slide the flat end into the buckle. Pull the loose strap to tighten. To release, lift up on the buckle. Resist your seatbelt, tighten low across your hips and wear it anytime you are seated. There are 6 emergency exits, 2 forward exit doors, 2 overhang window exits, and 2 exit doors in the back. Signs overhead and lights on the floor lead to exits. If evacuation is necessary, follow flight attendant commands and leave everything. This aircraft is equipped with life rafts. One life raft is located in the event of a water evacuation. Use a life vest under your seat. Pull on the red strap to open the container and remove the pouch. Remove the vest from the pouch as shown on the safety information card. Place the vest over your head, wrap the strap around your waist, and buckle it in the front. Pull down on the red tab to inflate the vest. To manually inflate, go to the tube at your shoulder. Your vest has a light that turns on automatically in the water. Flight attendants are coming through to check compliance for life vests. Please ensure your seatbelt is securely fastened. Tray tables in their upright and locked position. And all carry-on items stowed completely under the seat in front of you. Smoking is not allowed on board, including the lavatories. The use and charging of vape devices and electronic cigarettes is prohibited. Federal law prohibits tampering with, disabling, or destroying any smoke detector in an aircraft lavatory. It is also prohibited to consume alcohol that you brought with you on this flight. Federal aviation regulations require passenger compliance with lighted passenger information signs, posted placards, and crew member instructions, including information on seatbelts and smoking. If needed, for oxygen mask will drop from a compartment overhead. To activate the flow of oxygen, pull down on the mask until the plastic tubing is fully extended. Place the mask over your nose and mouth. Breathe normally. Secure the mask with the elastic strap. Although oxygen will be flowing, the plastic bag may not inflate. Continue wearing the mask until otherwise notified by a crew member. If you are traveling with children and you will need special assistance, put on your mask first. Please remove any face coverings before donning an oxygen mask. We are here for your comfort and safety. Please report any unwelcome behavior to a flight attendant. Thank you for your attention. Sit back and enjoy your 1 hour and 51-minute flight to Dallas. Welcome aboard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to give a shout out to Michaela. Michaela is completing her OE, so she did a great job. This is her last day. If she makes it through today, she'll graduate tomorrow.
Good job.
Okay. Yes. Okay, yeah, normally I wouldn't be up here, but. Do-si-do.